What's up, everybody? Making sure, yeah, everything seems to be working. Yeah, it's been a while, huh? I am just testing some stuff here. All right. Yep, just been hanging out here, doing some work, and just wanted to do a stream and see. It's been a while since I've tested all this stuff, so all this stuff might be a little wonky. So we'll see. Let's enable some stuff here. There we go. That looks pretty cool. So yeah, I'm just gonna be doing some stuff, playing some stuff. Hopefully trying to just gauge interest, I guess, in the project I'm working on, the stuff I've been doing. See if anyone here has any questions about game development. Maybe I did start a mentorship not too long ago, and I'll keep repeating myself throughout the day because obviously with it being such a long stream, it's gonna be a long day. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. New Year's. I always forget what it is. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure how many games I'll be playing or anything. I'll primarily just be fucking around, doing some stuff around the office here, and then also I'll be posting stuff like this. Let's see. Bam. And where's the other one? Actually, let's see. Yeah. Wrong one. Let's remove that. We'll do stuff like this. Bam. Bam. How do you like that, huh? How do you like that? Let's try. There we go. Bam. Bam. Yeah, so I'm going to try and pimp out the Patreon here and the tip jar, as people put up. And yeah, what I'm going to be doing is just playing some games, answering any questions you guys might have. It's been a while since I've been doing this, so a lot of this stuff is a little rusty because I had to reset. It's a completely new PC that I used to have when I used to do the streaming back in the day. But yeah, just probably make some announcements, work on some stuff, try to raise some funds here. So towards the end of the year, the projects I've been working on with all these different companies have dried up. So I'm just trying to gauge if it's possible to continue working the full-time stuff with Ask an Enemy Studios, or if I should just, go do other things. I will always be working on projects though, so that's obviously not going away. I'll just be doing whatever I can, whenever I can. Back to the grind, as people like to say. But yeah, I made those pimp-ass QR codes. If you guys are at all interested, you can check those out. I will be hopefully talking to some folks throughout the day, see if I can get some people to join, just kind of hang out, do some stuff. It's been crazy. It's been super crazy. The only thing I do want to mention, though, is that for some reason, I'm using Restream again to stream to a bunch of different locations as I used to, right? Where I was streaming to Twitch, YouTube, my Facebook, and stuff like that. But Facebook comments do not show up in here, so... yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do about that, because I've changed the settings it's asked me to, and it still continues to not show them. So, for whatever that's worth, if you happen to be watching this on Facebook, that is what's happening. Yeah. Cool. It seems everything else is going, though. But yeah, so I also, as is always the case, I do not like asking for stuff. I do not like getting stuff for free. So I will be finishing setting up the website today, possibly using some AI so I could show you guys how all that stuff kind of works. I just realized that the stream is on a really, really long delay, which is crazy. But yeah, anyway, so there might be super delayed responses to what you guys are typing. I don't know how long ago it was that I went live, at least on the video. But anyway, yeah, so I'll be doing stuff. And yeah, I'll be working on getting the website back up because it's been down for a while. I closed shop at Squarespace and started doing the direct hosting with like DreamHost and stuff. But usually when that happens, comes all the explicit coding that you needed to do to get this website to look as pimp as it used to on Squarespace, which kind of sucks because, yeah, Squarespace is pretty cool, but it has its downsides as well. One of the things is Squarespace is like super expensive, or it can be, I guess. Depending on what you're trying to do. I mean, it's fairly easy, especially with like AI now. Like instead of having to go back and like relearn everything, relearn all my coding skills for like HTML and stuff, which is wasn't that great to begin with, but it is something you just learn over time. But man, having learned div tags and index this and HTML that and CSS is just a pain in the ass. But we'll do some stuff here with JetBrains Writer, which is an AI assistant, that can help you code, and it does pretty well. Yeah, so I'll just be around. I mean, you guys can come in, come out as you please. I will be working on stuff and just jumping around, and try to answer any questions you guys have. So in the meantime, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does that, because it even says I can read Facebook comments. LinkedIn, for some reason, is also an option, but never really used it before. Huh. Yeah, it is. So apparently, let me just go check something over here. Let's see, post. Let's see what this does. Yeah, it is public. Okay, yeah. So yeah, anyway, I'll be around. I'm just doing stuff here. I'm actually probably gonna clean up my office here a little bit because I do kind of want to mess around with some VR stuff. Maybe even show like prototypes of projects, which is kind of like the cool stuff. I mean, like I personally would be into that kind of stuff. So, yeah, the prototype for ADHD was like never really done, but I liked working on it. It was a lot of fun. It's just, god damn, man. VR is like its own beast. And I used to have friends that were, you know, into doing the VR stuff, and man, it is not easy to do. Let's refresh this real quick. And you know, I have a lot of friends who are working on projects, and they have their own stuff to do as well. A buddy of mine actually recently released his new game, which is called Skate Story. It's pretty cool. You guys should check it out. We might play some of that. I have the demo of it. I haven't gotten around to buying it yet, but I'm sure he has no shortage of people buying his game. So let's see. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Show your account bot. No, still just does. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's... Oh, you know what? There is a download for it. Yeah, it's really weird. There's like a download for Restream Chat. Oh, forgot about that. Let's see. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here at the start, I do want to play something just because I want to test the audio, so hopefully the microphone sounds good. Let's go ahead and just jump into something real quick. So let me get something up and running here. Cool. Okay, yeah, apparently there's some kind of error with Restream in the chat. What the hell? Yeah, it's 3 channels. What the hell's wrong with you, buddy? Okay, so anyway, let's go ahead and change this over here. Yeah, so I am going to edit this real quick. there. And let's do that. That. Drop 4. Let's see what this is compared to the other one. Zero 36 and 0.8. Six. 8, and let's do 0.2. Okay, crop by 200. There we go. Cool. All right, so now with that out of the way, how about we play something? Let's get Steam up and running. I'm gonna play some Proteus because Proteus is super cool. And then I will continue working on some stuff here. I'm also at my standing desk, so I might sit down here in a bit. Okay. It is gonna be a live stream, so it is gonna be a lot of just me talking for no reason. So let's go. Boom. Let's go. Oh man, that is loud. Okay. How's that, huh? Okay, let's take these out. Forgot to do that. Bam. Could leave that one in there. And let's mute the... Stop the music, huh? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Alright, so let's play some Proteus and see where I left off on. Continue, yeah. 1127, Jesus. I don't think that was of this year either. Didn't notice. Alright, I don't think I've unlocked the dash yet, so I also don't know. Just want to make sure that was still going. Oh, and then let me. There we go. Making sure that goes through. Yep, cool. No, what's up, man? There is a delay here, so I don't know how much of a delay. But yeah, welcome, Noon. Hopefully everything's good with you. I'm just testing this real quick. Then I'm going to be working on some stuff, but I just want to make sure the audio sounded good if I did end up playing some stuff later today. Yep, still don't have the double jump, so I just got to do a dash. There we go. Cool. Awesome. Good to know. I was planning on possibly checking out some of those games you tagged me in a little while ago. I don't know if you tagged me specifically, but I know you put it in the Discord. They did seem like something that would be right up my alley, so that was really cool, man. I always appreciate that kind of stuff. And yeah, like I said, hopefully the audio sounds good. It's going to be a long stream today, so feel free to jump in whenever. See what's going on. Yeah. Just trying to pimp out some of the Ask an Enemy stuff. I'll be working on like new shirt designs and stuff like that. Just stuff so that if I do not like asking for help with nothing in return. So I like to make shirts and haven't had the time to make designs lately. So that's kind of been in the back burner. But I also need to reset up the store since I'm no longer using Squarespace. I got to do it all. I got to do my website custom again. So that's going to kind of suck. But that kind of stuff's always fun. So some people don't like working on stuff like that, but I actually don't mind it. If you've not played this before, though, this is a game called Proteus. And it's pretty fucking cool. It's kind of like a Doom-like, although I think it's actually been surprising me a lot more than even the recent real Dooms, especially Dark Ages. Kind of was disappointed with that. The first Doom was really cool, like the 2016 Doom, but then also Doom Eternal really burnt me, man. This is also amazingly made in Unity, so it goes to show that like the engine doesn't matter in making something cool. It's more about like what you're able to do as a developer, you know. Oh fuck, I forget. Rocket launchers do some damage. Yeah, and then you get all your different kinds of weapons and stuff. Hopefully the frame rate holds up. It looks pretty good on my screen over here. I'm kind of anal about that type of stuff, but it's more just for the enjoyment of your side. You know, you don't want to have it look all super crap. As long as it looks good, it's all right. Sounds good more than anything too. And I do tend to make the audio really loud, so just let me know if the game audio is loud. Shit. I've been trying to unlock the dash and the double jump in this game forever. And I don't know if it's just the pace I play it at, or if it really does take that long to get. But yeah. You have to get upgrades by like finding secrets, I think, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I played this, but it is a cool game regardless. It's got a very visceral, nice feel to it. Put the volume up on my headset. Oh, shit. So those are like transport things. You don't really want to activate them until you know you want to leave this area. But, you know, it's nothing fancy. It's just a shooter. It doesn't do anything amazing other than it just being a good game, which I guess is good enough. Oh shit, what the hell? Okay. Ah, thanks for the heads up on that. Yeah, I'll be on all day. I'm probably just gonna change it to just chatting. Because I don't really plan on playing too many things, but thanks for the heads up, man. I'll make a note of that. I'll change it. I was curious about that because it, like I said, it's been a while since I've done any streaming. Honestly, it's probably been about a year. So, yeah. Let's see. Got the same weapon, huh? There we go. Ha! Making it to that. Exactly. Exactly. You get my sense of humor, my man. You have any plans for New Year's? Gonna be doing anything? I'm curious how many people do now. That back in the day, like, New Year's was the thing to do with all your friends. Holy shit. Doesn't seem to be that anymore. Oh man, that fucker's waiting for me. Oh man, both of them. Alright, let's see. What could I do? Rocket launcher. Let's go. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh shit, one-shotted. Nice. Alright. I haven't really used the rocket launcher because I end up making super bad mistakes. And against those guys, obviously, that's not the best way to handle them. It's a waste of rockets. You can see the shotgun's not too powerful even against these guys, but all of these weapons have a secondary fire, which is really cool. So like it's got this kind of charge up like that. Just look at the meter and then bam. Oh shit. Sectori. That sounds familiar. Is that the, it's not a card game, is it? Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's like, it makes me think of two things. It makes me think of, Sekiro, which is that kind of like, what's the name of that? Yeah, well, Sekiro, the style, right? It's like that, God, why am I blanking on it? The games that are really hard that people always get mad at because there's bullshit and they knock you off walls and shit. But then it also makes me think of like Balatro. It's that twin stick made by the Housemarque dev. Sectori by Housemarque? Oh shit! Okay, cool. Yeah, see, so that's what I'm talking about. Those games are the ones I'll probably be tapping into a bit later. Like I said, this is primarily a test, but it's a game I'm familiar with that I just wanted to jump into real quick. Cool, yeah. I will absolutely check that out. There you go. Souls-like, yeah, 100%. Sekiro. I might be saying that wrong too, though, but I think it is Sekiro. There's the... Oh, fuck. Whoa, shit. Yeah, it's Shadows Die Twice, I think, is Sekiro, the one I'm talking about? Yeah. Which is actually... I dug it. I got into it for a bit. I didn't get too far into it, but from what I played, I did like it, and I would go back to it for sure. Oh, shit, I do have the dash. Okay, fuck. My mistake. Son of a bitch. I just forgot where I mapped it to. That's what it was. Awesome. Yeah, I know I probably never met you at the events that I did, like PAX and all that, but one of the things that I would always tell people when they came up to the booth is every game needs to have two things. A dash and explosions. And a double jump. But it needs to have two of three things. And those are the two that I prefer. Double jump isn't 100% necessary. But a dash is always necessary. The idea of just having the player be... what is it? The mobility, right? Giving the player a lot of mobility, which is what I think I like the most of like games like... Titanfall and stuff like that is just that mobility. It didn't have a dash, obviously, right? But it did have, like, you know, wall runs and stuff. Just anything that allows the player to feel like they're fucking shit up and feeling really good about it. Like, that kind of stuff is super cool. It's always good when you can, like, you know, when you're getting shot. Like, Halo was one of those games that I didn't like for that reason. I mean, I liked Halo, don't get me wrong. It was fucking awesome. But yeah, Halo had that idea of, like, you know, you're getting shot at and you can't just kind of like move and like your mobility was like really, really slow and tanky, even though your jump was like super fucking floaty. So just stuff like that. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, fuck. Sure. Fucking sneak attacks. Okay, so let's go back to that. Let's see what these dudes are doing. What's up, dudes? Oh, there are no dudes. Alright. Oh, shit. Secrets everywhere. Get the hell out of here. Oh, fuck. Shit. It's like stuff like that. Like, I think actually I should remap it, because that's what's happening. So I'm not using it as much because it's on my pinky, and yeah, moves like that never really feel that good. Okay, so let's get this guy. Play the same game, bitch. Okay. Oh. That. Switch over to the shotgun. Feels weird playing games standing up. Okay. Here. Wonder if I can blow that up with a rocket. Oh, fuck. Nope. Okay. Oh, where does this go? Bam! Uh-oh. Secrets, secrets, secrets. Deadlock. Deadlock. That sounds familiar. I wonder if it's the game I'm thinking of. There's two games on the Xbox, or actually there's one on Xbox which is in game preview called Void Rogue. Deadlock, actually, I think that's the Valve game, right? Like the new Team Fortress. Whatever. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool, yeah. Okay. Do you still have to be invited to that, or is that freely available now for everybody? You know? third-person shooter MOBA. Ah, okay. Yeah, a friend of mine who I was working on a project with was going to invite me, but I never got around to asking him because we were working on the project, and I kind of always felt like weird asking him stuff like that in the middle of, like, you know, we're trying to get work done. But so I never got around to, you know, getting an answer to that, which sucks. Get out of here. Come on, come on, come on. Hit you with a missile. Actually, let's do sticky grenades. See, that feels good! That's awesome. Let's see what this does. Okay, just weapons. Oh, sure, man. Absolutely. What is your Steam username? Is it just no? Unless we're already friends on Steam, I guess not. By all means, yeah. I don't know if you have them limited or whatever. Yeah, of course. It's probably not instant. Sure. Yeah. I will... Can I haven't done this in a while. Oh, damn. Okay. Let's see. There's my friend code if you just want to add me. Let's see. Probably do that. Although that's odd. How many people have that name note, huh? Okay, cool. Yeah, let me go back to it. Just close that. There you go. Imposters, yeah, totally. Let's see. Yeah, if you got that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll pop it again. Okay, cool. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was, because I know, like, usually Valve does a thing where it's not, where they kind of limit stuff like that, so. As long as it doesn't limit you from giving it to other friends, I am cool with that. Because I'm not huge on MOBAs anyway, but I you know, as with anything, you want to check that stuff out just to kind of see. Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm always curious to test stuff out. Man, so these levels have been getting cooler and cooler. Just in the sense of, like, goddamn, man. They used to have a, like a, what do you call it? Like a review process when you finished a level, and they would ask you how you felt about the level. I don't think I've seen that in a while, so I don't know if that was kind of like a early access thing or something. Because I think this game was also in early access for quite a while. Oh, fuck. But whatever it was, man, they fucking nailed it. The whole thing they were going for. Yellow code. How am I getting that? Oh, that's probably what the yellow key card is for. Be badass if there was just an elevator that was coming up and is just filled with dudes like that. There's no melee either. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna change this real quick. PC. Let's do dash. What do I have? Okay, cool. I'm gonna change this too. Sure. Oh, nope. Yep, there we go. So that's what I do in Returnal. I have the, fuck. I have my dash set to the right mouse button. God damn. Yeah, the dash also isn't as useful as I wish it was in this game. It doesn't feel like I need it necessarily. Looked like I had a double jump there. Let's see, I might need this. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Damn, that was close. See if I can at least just get through this level, and then I will move on to something else or get back to work. Space station. That's new. Also, one thing I found weird with this game is going upstairs is very going upstairs. Where like normally games like this will maybe give you a little bit of a head bob to make it feel like, you know, you are going up something, but this is a little dramatic. This is only 2 stairs, but watch. See, like it's jarring. Like even when you're going down them, it just, it's a little much. Bet I had something on my foot. Okay, so I bet we're almost done here. Nope, still don't have the yellow key card. Where are we going? Where are we going? There it is. And of course. There we go. That was a good dash. This. Fuck. He just charged at me. God damn it again. Ah! Oh, man, it's hard to do that while you're fucking trying to do other stuff. Okay, cool. Well, let's get out of here. Oh, can you believe that? I have to start from scratch if I don't. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Let's see. Oh, what? Seriously? What? Okay, so I would have had to start that whole fucking stage all over again had I given up, and it just took one more shot. Like, what in the fucking hell, man? Oh, God, here we go. Okay, so that was cool. Yeah, never give up. 100%, man. Let's see. Alright, come on. Piece of crap. I've also, you know, dual wielding is, I don't know, love or hate it with me, I guess, because, you know, I don't understand, like, I guess both of them together is going to give you more power than one of them individually, but then it's like, you know, left mouse, right mouse, but, I don't know, I'm kind of torn on that. Like, I feel like, maybe more attention could be given to something else. I don't know, just feels weird. Like it doesn't. I don't understand why they did that. Just doesn't seem justified. I am being picky, of course, but okay. Where did I go? Something. Ah. Ooh, there's a secret there. Okay. wonder if I need the double jump. Okay. How do I get back up? Wait, am I stuck in here? Or did I miss something? Go this way. Right? Okay. I think I keep getting turned around because of this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So over here. Let's see. Trying to find some secrets. Whoa, that was ballsy. Okay, let's get this first. This. It's probably a secret here. Yep, maybe not. Oh, fuck, I always do that. Oh, right, back to where I was. Okay, alright, so I'm back here. Okay, don't need that one. Yeah. That's where it was. Is that, yeah. Oh fuck, damn, that was lucky. Okay, so... Am I getting crushed? Yeah, I'm gonna get crushed. There we go. Ah, okay. Ah, and then here... Oh! Damn it! Okay, shit. I know how to get back there. Yeah, totally, man. One thing I've also been trying to, like, I don't know if solve is the right word as a game designer, but it's, there's something about first-person games that get me. Like, I love them because, you know, they just feel good. Like, that's kind of where you shoot from and all that kind of stuff. Right before the restaurant. Hell yeah. I love that, man. That's awesome. Yeah, so the idea with... oh, the power just went out. Give me a sec. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta flip a switch. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, so I don't know what the hell happened there, but normally our power goes out if something else in one of the other rooms is like pushing the grid a little too hard. So, so this is the actual really fucking cool part is I have everything on a battery backup. So when I noticed that the power went out, the light went out, I was like, something's wrong, and then I took my headset off and I heard the beeping of the battery backup. So this whole room is backed up by a battery backup. So lesson learned, folks. Yeah, exactly. So the reason I'm still live is because that stayed on and my internet is connected to that power source. So that was really fucking cool. I don't know if you understand how fucking cool that is. Like, seriously, that is awesome. Normally that would have interrupted the whole system. My PC would have shut down, all sorts of dumb shit. Yeah, so, I mean, I did that for work, obviously, because then it's like if you're in the middle of a meeting or whatever, you don't get shut down. Most people probably don't go that far to do that, right? But that's fucking cool. It goes to show that really worked. More than anything, though, it's good because it helps So, the reason I did that to begin with originally is my systems weren't backed up by battery backups way back in the day, and I did lose some work, like audio recordings and stuff, because my hard drives just went out. So that is something that, even though these new systems like, you know, Macs and MacBooks and everything, and even that, yeah, my Mac over here is still up and running as if nothing happened. That's amazing. That's super cool. It's something you want to do, because if your backups for stuff go down, yeah, man, you are fucked. But holy shit. Damn, that is really, really cool. That is really, really cool. I am happy about that. Okay, so let's see if I can make this jump this time. Oh, damn. Okay, cool. So here is another secret. Cool. Let's see if I can get this. Yep, that's the only way. Oh! Awesome! So yeah, those fragments. Those are the fragments I was talking about that give you those power-ups. So, anyway, what I was talking about with the design of first-person shooters is I love first-person shooters because, you know, how could you not? They're fucking cool and everything. But the one thing I hate, and I'm curious to know if you have ever felt this way, if you even play first-person shooters at all, is Returnal does this specifically, but I guess pretty much all of the first-person shooters have done this, where because you can't necessarily look behind you, right? It's kind of like if there's stuff behind you that's shooting at you, there's different ways that different games will do it, right? So like Returnal is a third-person game, so like your character's kind of there. And like if something is shooting from behind you, you have those kind of like markers, right? The hit markers that are, or the warning markers sometimes, right? Like sometimes it's not always just a hit, but it'll show you that something is coming from behind you. I think God of War did this as well, where it's like it'll help you detect that something's about to happen from behind you. But I don't feel like that's enough. I feel like sometimes it doesn't help mitigate the threat as much, depending on how chaotic and how crazy the game is. Doom, for example, did this a lot, where it's like, yeah, like visual indicators that show you something's behind you. Doom doesn't fucking do that, though. Like, Doom is just like, something's behind you, cool, you're gonna die. Like, yeah, just stuff like that. So it's something I've been trying to, like, find a way to solve, I guess, where, so, okay, if you haven't played Black Ops did something really cool with that, where they have these, the most recent, I think it was Black Ops 6, had these sections in the game where, like, you had these mechanical dolls chasing you. And what would happen is you would be looking forward. Fortnite has as accessibility, see? Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't played Fortnite enough to possibly know that, but I wouldn't doubt there's something in Fortnite for that reason. Because they try to make it accessible to as many people as possible, so I wouldn't doubt they have some kind of thing, but I would like to look at that then and see if maybe they have some kind of implementation of it. But yeah, it's basically like you're facing a certain way, right? And you're killing the enemies in front of you. But when it's Mario Brothers actually did this, where like when you look at a boo, it stops, but when you look away, it comes at you. It's kind of the opposite of that, right? And Black Ops 7 did the same thing, where like they had these mannequins, that was the right word. They have these mannequins that are like chasing you, and when you look away from them, you hear the footsteps and they're coming at you, and you turn, and they have just enough of an animation so that when you look at them, they move just enough to let you know, like, that thing's fucking moving, man. And so they did it in the sense of like for a creepy mechanic, right? To make it like super interesting. And I thought that was like super fucking cool. So it's kind of like that same idea, but I want to do that in reverse, where like when you look at something, that's when it will like animate and start doing stuff, so that it's not quite a lock-on mechanic where, let's see, Metroid does this. Like, pretty much every Metroid, but I just thought of this because the new Metroid just came out. It does the thing where like, it does the lock on though, where like if something's in front of you, you can pull the button and you will lock onto that character and you can just keep shooting. And I like that, and I started experimenting with that mechanic. But I feel like it can also be a little too jarring depending on if you're like, if you're prone to motion sickness or whatever, if you lock on and you grab the character's camera a little too much, like, you know, that could maybe mess with people. So it's going to take a lot of like trial and error in that sense. But yeah. And then also little things. This is something separate, but like that kind of thing where I was trying to jump on this. And back in the day, might be saying the wrong thing, but I wonder if this is that suck to shoot thing. Suck to shoot, is it like is that suck to shoot as a mechanic, like suck to shoot, or you suck at shooting? Because yeah, those are two ways that you could see that, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't know necessarily if that's what you're referring to. I think that makes sense, though. I can see that. The first one, suck to shoot. Okay, yeah, suck to shoot. That makes sense. I haven't heard anyone say that before, so that's kind of cool. Do you know where you heard that from? Like, where you heard that anyway? Because I would like to dig into that if anyone has brought it up as a like a game design thing, or if someone just brought it up. You know, like the Kind of Funny guys brought it up as like, you know, I'm playing Metroid and it has that suck to shoot mechanic. I could see that. But, huh. Yeah, because back in the day, there was a game called, oh, fuck, what was it? Oh, God damn it, the power went out again. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. The power keeps going out, so it might be this room. It might be the first time that I'm pushing it this hard. So I am gonna turn off my Mac and maybe some stuff that I'm not using, so it still stay on stream. The magic of wireless headphones. Alright, so let's go ahead and shut this down. Actually, I had something up on my screen that I needed to do here, so let me finish this. Oh, yeah. Give me a sec. So, thanks for sticking away, by the way. Sticking around. No, I appreciate it, man. That's super cool. But this is the kind of stuff I want to do more of, is talk about game design and, you know, stuff like that. You know, some people are into it, some people are not, but I love talking about this stuff. It's one of the things I miss of going to events, you know, like PAX and everything, is I would be at the booth and people would always tell me, they're like, dude, you talk to all these people who come to your booth like for hours, and I'm like, dude, they're the ones that stick around. They could be fucking doing anything else other than he's sitting here talking to my dumbass, but they do, you know. And it was a lot of fun. It was my favorite part of going to events was just talking with people. They always have these things they want to talk about with their game design and stuff. So give me a second, just doing some stuff here. Okay. Cool. Let's double check I did that right. Awesome. Okay. Give me a sec. Coming over here. Damn it. Okay. Okay, cool. Scheduling. Some. Okay, so let's go ahead and. Cool. Close that out. Shut down all this stuff. There we go. Cool. All right, so I shut that machine down. That should bring down some of the power there. Let's see. Okay, so upon slightly deeper reading as opposed to skimming, it's more about the player moving towards an enemy instead of the player turning towards the enemy. But, you know. Well, I mean, yeah. And you're saying interesting read, is that you have an article or something that you're reading about it? Or an interesting read is just like, that's an interesting read, like what you're saying. Like I said, I'd be super curious about that because it's an interesting design thing that I've been thinking about for quite a while, but obviously, you know, I've been working on ADHD for a long time, so that's kind of the difference there. Oh. Replying to, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, sorry, just FYI, um, the way the chat shows up for me when I'm using Restream is a little different, so it doesn't kind of show threaded kind of replies. But I think I know what you're talking about. You meant hear from Boghog. He's a shmup and beat 'em up game design peep that directed the shmup Gunvein. Okay. So towards an enemy instead of the player turning. Huh. Okay. Yeah, it could be. There's a lot of different things that could relate to, but regardless, though, the idea is that you know you kind of want to be you do want to have this like open world for lack of a better term, right? But or player, what is it called? Player when you give the player the ability to control like their, god damn it, what is the name of that? Player, why am I blanking on this? God damn, I can't think of the word. But anyway, when you allow the player not awareness, but their own ability to like look around, right? So the interesting thing is VR does this, where you have your headset on, right? And you have the ability to actually do these subtle looks of like looking left and right and looking behind you or whatever. But the issue with VR though is in VR it's a physical movement, right? So like it takes a lot out of you. So like later if I do any of the VR stuff, there's a game that I really like called Pistol Whip. I don't know if you've played Pistol Whip or done any VR stuff at all, but if you do, just let me know. So Pistol Whip does a thing where it solved one issue that I had with VR where in Pistol Whip you're always stationary, although in the game you're still moving forward, right? So like the game automatically, I've heard of Pistol Whip, also played Beat Saber a bunch. Yeah, so Beat Saber is different in that you're also stationary, but the targets are coming at you. Where I guess theoretically Pistol Whip's the same thing, where you're kind of standing there and the targets are coming at you. But the thing is, it feels like you're in motion, right? Because your character, the world is moving, so it feels like you're moving through you're progressing through a level, even though it's on a straight line. Like you're never ever, teleporting or moving from one place to another. You're kind of always stationary. Beat Saber has the beats just coming at you. Which is crazy because Pistol Whip still does the same thing of having them come at you, but you're going in a straight line. But anyway, the cool thing about Pistol Whip that I thought it solved is, again, that point of like teleporting to different places and stuff. So it doesn't, you don't move from place to place. You're kind of just stationary and you're moving left and right to like move out of the way of stuff, bullets coming at you or whatever. Which brings me to another thing I wanted to focus on too, in VR, if I ever kind of went that route. But it solved that part of it where you're not constantly moving, but it still keeps you in motion and it feels really good. But it's also, the music is really good. The soundtrack is great. And just you feeling like you don't necessarily have to be accurate in that what you're aiming at is the accuracy is not important. It's more playing on or killing on beat, right? So it's not that you pull the trigger. It's more about you pulling the trigger on the right beat as opposed to pulling the trigger and aiming at the right thing to get the points for that kind of stuff. So it's really interesting in that sense. If you've not played it, I know you said you heard of it, but maybe I'll play some later. And if you happen to be here, I could show you that because I think it's really cool. So yeah, the other thing that I thought Pistol Whip did that was really cool. The other thing about VR, I'm sorry, that I wanted to solve in the game design aspect also was that in VR, when stuff jumps at you, I don't like that because it just feels like it does that thing of like, like it's kind of like when you watch videos, and my girlfriend make fun of me for this, but there's sometimes we're watching like YouTube, like Fail Army and stuff, and it's like a bunch of fails and stuff, and there's times where like someone throws a hammer unexpectedly like at the camera, and I always flinch because I feel like, oh fuck, it's coming at me. So stuff like that, like those are the kind of things I don't like in VR either. It's one of the reasons why, as much as I wanted to play more of Half-Life Alyx, I couldn't because of the crabs and all that stuff that just kind of jump at you, the head crabs and all that stuff. So that kind of stuff kind of bothers me. But yeah, let's see. So like doing some of the players' busy work so they can focus on what the game's main focus is. I remember watching a video about Rollerblade where someone found the combat whack at first, but realized that it is what it is and you can focus on the shredding in Rollerblades. With examples. Yeah. Oh, Roller Dome. Dude, I was about to say, was it Roller Dome? Yeah, because, Roller Dome. Oh, man. I wanted to love Roller Dome so bad. I don't know what it was that got me on that. That I fell off of that game like hard. It's not that I found it bad. Yeah. Roller Domes is cool. Yeah, maybe I'll just jump back into that because I don't remember why I ended up not liking it. Huh. Actually, let's see. Let's try and get out of this level, and then I'll try to install that. Or actually, let me see if I can do that in the meantime. Let's see, I got Steam open. Because I'm curious. I know I played... Yeah, let me install it. This is really cool that you can install stuff in the background on a PC. Yeah, I just went to Steam, downloaded it, and now I'm back in the game. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, on console, you'd have to do the whole switcheroo of all the... There we go. Yeah, you gotta bring up their menus and do all this stuff. Granted, they don't download as fast, but I do have gigabit Ethernet, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, let's drop down. I got that. I don't need that one because that's what I just did. Okay, so let me try to remember where the hell I was. So I gotta do this. There's a yellow key card over here that I do have to open up. There we go. Yep, there we go. Cool. Oh shit, it's these guys. Okay. Out of curiosity note, just let me know. I feel like I was talking a little louder there in the mic. Just let me know if it still sounds okay. I was just curious. I forgot to ask about that. Sometimes I get a little too animated. After the first battle with Proteus mentioned, all effort was poured. Huh. This is the first time I think I've noticed a like lore thing. And I've played this a lot. Or like a good amount. I don't know if I've ever noticed that. That's weird. Anyway. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, man. Alright. Of course. This guy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's go. Oh fuck, I am gonna die. I am gonna die. That's what those guys are good for. Tag a fast-moving guy. My machine did that Windows machine sound of something going wrong, so hopefully everything's okay. Yeah, it sounds like when you disconnect a USB device or something. One down. It's still doing it, but I don't know which machine it is because it's not coming through here. I'm doing the two-machine stream thing, by the way, where I use a machine to stream, and then I'm playing on another machine. So it's more reliable, and that way if something goes wrong. Whoa. God damn, the particle effects in this game are fucking legit. Yeah, one of the reasons also kind of going back to how we were talking about game design stuff is I wanted to do more streams like that because also just talking it out. It's called the, I don't know if you've heard this, but it's called the rubber duck. I don't know if it's rubber duck syndrome, but it's a rubber duck method, right? So like the funny thing is my girlfriend for Christmas got me this rubber duck of Solid Snake. Is that coming? Yeah. So I have it on my desk. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so rubber duck is basically when you're stuck on an issue or a problem or whatever, or even just design, like you're trying to design something. Yeah, the rubber duck technique. Yeah, like you just kind of you talk to it, right? Like you talk the idea or whatever, and it'll help you think about it differently, and you're like, oh fuck, solve issues or whatever. I'm right about to die. Yeah, it's a legit thing. And usually she tries to be my rubber duck, right? Like she'll be like, just talk to me about it. I'm like, sure. And that works. Jesus, guys. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh! Jesus. Alright, here we go. Where are you? I hear you. Oh! Yeah, that effect they have for the tracer fire is really cool too. Like the trail. Fuck. Oh man, their bullets go through that. Right? Is that what's happening? Oh, I think they're using that same fucking weapon on me. That's what's going on. Try some missiles on, bitch. Super shotgun. Helps if you dodge after they shoot you instead of when they shoot you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where is this? All right. Cool. Sure I didn't miss anything. Cool, cool. Some ammo. Let's get back up to where we were. You could always tell where you were by the trail of dead. God damn it. Something's spawning here. I know it. I know it. Oh shit. Yeah, that recoil gets massive if you use both weapons. Fucking solid. Solid! Anything over here? Yep. But maybe I'll go down here first. Death trap. Dude just comes out and I blow his arm off. Alright, almost done, man. This level is the longest level I've played so far. Easy. There it is. Okay. So even after that, we'll see how many secrets I still left behind. Which are probably a good amount. But, oh, like that. See, there's an exit here. What's this? Okay, so that's the exit. What's up here? I could use my map, I guess, but I've never found this map easy to read. It's just very polygonal. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, the original Doom had fucking secrets in that there were stuff where you would just run up against a wall like this and just constantly hit. I don't remember if it was E at the time, but, you know, just constantly hit the button that opens doors and you could find hidden rooms. But there was nothing that really differentiated the wall from being like a hollow wall or whatever. At least that I know of. I could be wrong. But, yeah, imagine... So those are the... Oh, this is a perfect example of the stairs I was talking about. See how, like, it just... I don't think that's necessary. But, whatever, man. You know, that's their choice, I guess. Yeah. Actually, this feels like the start. Yeah. What did I say about the Trail of Dead, right? Oh, no! Let's see. Yeah, no, I think, yeah. That's probably how I got in here. Looks familiar. I remember that edge there. Okay. So the fucking opening of the room is in... Crazy. Okay. Cool. So we did it. We beat that damn level. Let's see. Make sure I'm getting system sounds. I just want to make sure. It's nothing related to this. Red. This. Cool. All right, so let's see. 61 minutes? That doesn't feel right. 66%. One death. One death. Huh. Okay, cool. So, yeah, let's get out of here. Oh, they do have the rating still. Okay. So, that one, I would say, is good. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I do have the dash. You can see there's still some other weapons I haven't unlocked yet. Not quite sure. Again, it's been a while since I've played this, but is this a store? Oh, it is the shop. Okay, I got gold. Let's go see what they got. The shop is kind of cool. It's just a very 3D like ass fucking shop. Like it, yeah, it's just kind of this, and you just go around to the different areas and unlock stuff. I'm just going up to stuff to see. So there's the grenade launcher and all its upgrades. They let you test it too, which is kind of cool. So like, press to detonate rocket. Oh, so they, yeah. Let's see. Huh. That is crazy. Like, it lets you do it, but I don't have the weapons, so... And I think it's wasting my bullets, which is weird. Shotgun. It's over here. I think this is the abilities. Yeah, this is where I got the dash. Okay, so, yeah, double jump is 7 of 20. What's this? Oh! Oh, I already had the dash boost. Maybe it's just... Yeah, okay. Bandolier, extra bullets, I'm sure. Yeah, there's the double super shotgun, I guess. Plasma rifle, already had that. Okay. The Mammoth? It's a weird way to spell that. Auto shotgun, cool. Swarmer. Okay. 7 of 20. Jesus, man. So yeah, those are all those secret things, if I remember correctly. Because what is this currency? Gold? Okay. No, gold is different, I guess. Where do I have gold? Info. Button key. Okay. Yeah, that step thing is just jarring. Let's see, what's this? Quad shot. Yeah, super shotgun. There we go. Okay. Plasma rifle. Okay, yeah, so that's just how they teach you to use the weapon. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all I got then. Shredders. Alright. Cool, let's get the hell out of here. Yeah. Why not? Okay, hey, let's jump into Roller Dome real quick, because I did download it. Haven't played it in a while, so. Yes. Alright, so. Roller Dome. Apparently they won a BAFTA, according to their Steam page. Huh. And then I will actually go check out the games you mentioned as well. Nope. Because, yeah, they definitely sounded up my alley. Roller Dome has a look, that's for damn sure. Rex Canyon. Yeah, you could tell. Didn't really play too much of it, but. Eliminate 3 warheads using only dual pistols. Ski lift. Yeah, it's very, very. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Tony Hawkish, right? Yeah, in that it gives you these different things you can do in the level. Oh, cool. Yeah, I will do that. Let me see. I don't know why it closes the window when I do that. Invites. There we go. Accepted. There you go. No, thanks for reminding me, by the way, man. Okay, so. Sorry, let me bring this up so I don't lose it again. There we go. Okay. Of course, yeah. Take your time, dude. No rush at all. All right. Let's just see. Just jump back in here. I think they recommend you use a gamepad, which I do have right next to me, but we'll see how this works first. So let's start running. Yeah, like I said, it's got a look, man. It has got a look. Oh yeah, and then it's got slowdown time on the kills, right? Which is super rad. I think that's actually what got my attention originally. Bam. Fall off, start over again. I don't remember if it ruins your streak or not. So yeah, let's see. I don't remember the controls very well, so let's see. I know it is a thing of like, oh fuck. Yeah, see? It's hard to... Reload. Wait for it to reload. Yeah, there's a thing to get ammo back. It's like, you know, you have to do a trick or something. And I forget what these things are. Maybe I need to start over again because I forget. I don't remember if you shoot those or if you're just supposed to get them. Yeah, there we go. Taken out. Yeah, it is. It feels good. I'm going to connect my gamepad and I think it's this one. So let's see. Might need to resync it. Oh, there we go. Right? Right? No, unless did I turn on my dev kit? No. Okay, let's try syncing this up again. That work? There we go. Oh, I missed it. Damn it. Huh. At least my Xbox controller thing isn't working, so let me try and sync it the manual way. Let's do it through Bluetooth, I suppose. Watch it be controlling another Xbox in the house somewhere. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's go back. There we go. Okay, cool. So, eliminate 3 warheads with dual pistols while ride a ski lift. So there are tricks, you know. So you do hold down A like you would in, yeah. So there's no I, ski lift. Hey, I got it! Oh, shit. I guess you can push forward or hold A to run. Push yourself off like in Tony Hawk. Let's do dual pistols. What was the challenge? Eliminate 3 warheads using only dual pistols. Don't remember exactly what the warheads are. I would assume it's those guys. Bam. Let's go find out. Is that one? No, maybe not. Oh, I think warheads are those guys. Let's find out. Oh, warheads. There we go. Damn it. This game can be found on sale pretty frequently. It might actually be on sale right now. Oh, you're good? What do you happen to be multitasking doing? And again, don't sweat it. You're good. Okay, so right bumper is flips. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's where it gets kind of annoying is you're trying to turn your aiming, but it fucks with your flipping. I know there's a way to knock their shields back. There's a melee somewhere too. Don't remember. Watching an art streamer, I like doing some commission work after they... $500 bill. Jesus. I wonder what for. Warheads using only dual pistols. I know there's a way to dodge that, but I don't remember how. Oh, right, B. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now I'll be able to live longer. Damn it. No, I guess that's not right. Ah, fuck. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, again, dodging is always cool. Again, it's a good mobility mechanic, but I think that's what it was where I dropped off this pretty hard is you kind of have to there's a lot of games that do this, right? Where like the longer you stay away from them, the harder it is to come back to them. You have to relearn everything all over again. Ooh, like that was a perfect dodge by accident, but let's see. So yeah, you have to time that. There you go. When it turns white, you dodge away from it. Cool. So you come up here. I just forgot the dodge button. Oh, fuck. Damn it. So that guy does that. Let's go get that. A perfect dodge does something in, I forgot exactly what though, but it gives you extra points for something. I don't remember if it's extra reloads or something. Here we go. Damn it, that was close. Damn it. I jumped off. Those are the things that are frustrating. It's just like, don't know. Don't feel very in control. And that's where it gets. So I shoot that guy, that turns yellow. Damn. Okay, play this a little longer. Yeah, that's what I was going to do too, but I don't know how much time I'll put back into this. Eliminate sniper on top of column with a slug shot from above. I like that it keeps you, like you can stay focused if you need to. So like, for example, the sniper, I know where the sniper is, so maybe I'll just focus on that then. And the slug is the shotgun. Let's try and focus on staying alive at least that far. Damn. Over here. Cool. Oh, I guess it takes a while for the sniper to show up then. Someone's at the door. Oh, just a girlfriend will get that. Whoa, that was crazy timing. Oh, bastard. Yeah, so that's a slug shot. Just gotta figure out how to do that. Dodge. So this actually, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the mechanics, right? With the warning you where you're getting shot from. Like this one seems to do a fairly good job of it, except there's so many other things you need to be paying attention to. Like when that turns white, you know to dodge, but it's still, you could be attacked by this guy here too. The melee guys, which just kind of seem to pop up out of nowhere. Oh, damn. That was not a good dodge. So here, dodge. Ah, fuck yeah, like that. God damn it. Yeah, I forget what's the good pattern to do, but follow. Okay, cool. Anyways, I'm gonna quit this. And get out of here. I might come back to this. Just restart fresh and see how that holds up. But in the meantime, let's see here. Yeah, I might come back to that. Yeah, and then I just noticed there was a comment on my Facebook post. Cool, cool. All right. Yeah, let's come back to that. I will see. What am I going to work on? So the bummer thing that happened recently is I got, I don't know how much you follow like dev news in the sense of like updates to Unity, updates to Unreal, stuff like that, but, or anybody who happens to be watching, even on our archive or anything like that. But, there were some updates recently to Unity 6.3, and one of them in particular was to something called Platform Toolkit, which Platform Toolkit was, I thought, was going to be to a way to allow developers to code a bigger part of the Xbox, PlayStation, Switch accounts and authentication. I thought that's what it was going to be. It does help you deal with accounts where, like on Xbox and PlayStation, even Switch to a certain extent, they all have their specific ways of getting the user's account when they log in. And I was looking forward to that as a way for me to finally finished the Xbox and PlayStation version of ADHD, and I know for a fact, not that many people are playing it, and for good reason, right? Like the game's old as hell by this point, but it's always new to someone, right? Like it might not be new to you, but it's new to someone else. So like one of the things I was hoping to do, because the game is like essentially done. Yeah, it is old, absolutely. Um, Yeah, I'm sure I'm almost positive what you're referring to by the Unity hackery is the all that kind of stuff they did to developers in the sense of subscription fees and all that kind of stuff. Time is the enemy. Yeah, absolutely. If there's one thing there's more valuable, like the most valuable thing and more than money, I guess, would be time. Because time you cannot get back. Money, you can kind of make up for it in different ways, I guess. But yeah, basically, Unity did this thing where, aside from the install fees and stuff like that, which I don't want to get into that because it's it's a specific thing to point out, which most people will never get into. And the idea of it is it's one of those like good problems to have where once you get to the point where that install fee thing was an issue, it's it's a good problem to have. Because by that point you should be making enough with the game to justify paying for that fee. But the more obvious one that I came across, which sucks, is as a Nintendo, well, as a developer for the platforms for consoles like Xbox and PlayStation and Switch, the platform holders would provide you with a Unity key, a Unity Pro key that essentially would cover that licensing cost, right? And then you're only responsible for the royalties on the game that you made. Or once you reach a certain threshold, which they lowered. It used to be I don't remember exactly, but it was like 1 million or something like that, and they lowered it to 200,000 or something. And all of this is public knowledge. Like you can just go to the Unity website and figure and find this out. This is what the stuff they made public, but it is the idea that like they lowered it to 200,000, which again is still okay because if you're making $200,000 on your game, that's a good problem to have, to a certain extent, right? But the idea is that the platform holders were covering your month to month kind of Unity Pro license fee because that used to be $35 a month, if I'm not mistaken. And recently Unity up, or I guess not super recently, it was within the last 2 years, but you were still covered as a licensed developer with Sony and them up to I think April of next year. But recently they upped that to like $200 a month. And the thing there is even that is still kind of justifiable. The only thing is it's $200 a month, but with a year commitment. So that means you have to pay whatever the math is on there, which roughly is about $2,600 a year, I think. And what that means is you can either obviously pay that all up front for the year, or you could pay it monthly, which is $200 a month. But you can't cancel within that year period, right? So if you cancel, you still owe Unity the remainder of that licensing fee. So that makes it harder for indie devs to release games on console. But I get, not necessarily that I'm on Unity's side about it, but I did get into an argument, or no, I guess not an argument, but a discussion with the Unity rep about that because, if your game does well enough on Steam, because the way they try to justify it is on Unity, you don't have to pay the pro license fee anymore if you want to release on consoles. You essentially just pay the royalties, which I don't remember the exact amount, but you could obviously go to Unity and find out for sure. Actually, maybe I can just look it up. There we go. So pricing changes. Okay, so let's see. Let's read this together. So we'll be making adjustments to Unity pricing. Oh, and this is actually for 2026. So this is newer than even what was available before. But yeah, we will be making adjustments to Unity pricing, packaging line. Unity Pro and Enterprise will be a 5% increase starting. Okay, so they're increasing it even more. So Unity Pro and Enterprise, if you're an existing subscriber, your price will update on your next renewal. You're moving seat charges for Unity version control. Okay, that's not actually their pricing. Okay, here we go. So yeah, $23.10 per seat, which is $210 a month. So they raised it by $10. Actually, let's start with personal. So personal is this plan's available to customers with up to $200,000 of revenue. And it's also... Yeah, the runtime fee is different. They're canceling that whole thing. Oh, where is this? Okay, so it's a 5% increase on the amount. What I was looking for was the it's $200,000 within the year, and I don't know if it was calendar year, but say for example your game sells $200,000 worth, right? The year starts at that point. So if you make more than that within a year, then you have to pay the royalty fees. Code Monkey on YouTube has a really good breakdown of this, which is one of the reasons why I follow him. So $25 million sounds like a lot. funding, you'll be required to upgrade to Unity Enterprise, which is different from Pro, because Pro is for indie devs. So required for businesses with over $200,000 in funding or an annual revenue. So you have to make $200,000 a year for you to avoid. Check, 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 check. Hopefully that worked. Yeah, that sucks because now I have to worry about that stupid thing. Cool. Okay, that's working. Let me check, 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 check. Don't hear myself. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, Note. I just saw your message that you can hear me. I can't hear myself, but that also probably means the audio on my stream is a little off. Check, 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 check. Test. Cool. Well, as long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. I'll figure out. It's not like I need audio on my machine at the moment. So I can play this real quick. Check, check. Okay. Awesome. Check, check, check. Yeah, where did that even go? There we go. Curious. Are you hearing music by any chance? I just want to know. I don't hear it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's only for if I want to hear the game coming back in. Something happened with the audio changes. I should have just plugged it in from the beginning. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, so personal. Let me stop this just so it doesn't accidentally play. Okay, cool. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, they raised it to $200 a month with that commitment. The thing was, I wanted to make the game. I was hoping that the platform toolkit and Unity would allow me to release the PlayStation and Xbox versions just to get them out, right? Like as a personal goal. Has nothing really to do with like, oh, I want to, sell 1 million more copies on this platform than the other or anything like that. It is 100% a personal goal at this point, and it's like kind of like, get it done and out. But they just threw a really terrible wrench in the gears by not only upping that licensing fee and having the commitment to it. It's there's a 30-day trial period they give you to test these new features, and as a trial, you would expect, hey, let me try this platform toolkit. Apparently, all that stuff, which I already had access to, so the backdoor thing that most people don't see is like you have to download the modules for the Xbox and the PlayStation to be able to develop for those platforms. You used to have access to that as a developer by just going to the forums for those specific. They're behind a gated wall though, right? Obviously, like PlayStation DevNet and all that kind of stuff is behind a gated wall, so that not just anybody can access those things. And you have access to the forums and setup and all that stuff for the dev kit. So I still have access to all that stuff, but all the Unity specific stuff is now hidden behind the Unity wall, which is behind the Unity paywall, which is behind the $200 pro license. They gated all that stuff off. So the messed up thing is I had a meeting with like the Unity folks and explained to them that the weird part is it'd be different if there was a consistency to where, that you don't have access to these things because it's a pro license and all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't like that. Like you do have access to like the Xbox modules if you're a licensed developer, but you don't have access to the Xbox modules, but you have access to the to certain packages. So it's just like it's all scattered all over the place, and you don't know what you have access to. And I was able to download the PlayStation stuff, but I couldn't access the Xbox stuff. So it's just like, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. And within those 30 days, getting response from Unity is like a pain in the ass. So it just sucked, man. Like I really wanted to get the Xbox and PlayStation versions out. There's a demo for, the Xbox version. But I never got to finish it, and I really wanted to. Yeah. Yeah. The funny part is when I went to cancel my trial membership, they asked for a feedback session, which I thought was actually kind of cool. Where, you can tell them why you're canceling. But for a guy like me, just like an indie dev who really has no weight in Unity stock or anything, like what is that really worth? It's worth it to me because I get to vent, I guess. But, are they even going to listen? Probably not. Probably not. So the only thing I can do is just keep working on stuff. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure I made this obvious, but the next project is an Unreal for that reason specifically. I could have gone to Godot. I don't know. I don't have issues with Godot. I just think, Godot is, it's weird. like the way the way it lays out a level and stuff. It calls everything levels. So even like in Unity, you have a game object, right? And you attach scripts to the game object to make it function, essentially. In Unreal, you have what are called actors, and actors can exist in a scene. The thing in Unity is you have a game object. That game object always has a transform, so it always has to kind of exist somewhere. And in Unreal, you have an actor, and then you have a pawn. They're all deriving from the main class, which is an actor. But an actor doesn't have a transform, so an actor can just be a script essentially that exists that just has functionality. And then a pawn is a actor with a transform. So a pawn actually exists in your level. So you can either drop it in to the level and just have it exist when the game creates the level, or you can spawn them in at runtime, stuff like that. But anyway, just that kind of concept is like kind of cool to just understand. But in Godot, like every level, everything is a level, even like your characters and stuff, as far as I understood it. And it was just like, okay, yeah, I don't feel like learning this at the moment, but I do still have access to those game engines because technically I'm a publisher as well, so I can publish people's games, which is another reason why I started up the mentorship. Note, I think you were there when I did that initial stream about that stuff. But yeah, I want to try and help out as many people as I can, and it's not it sucks that it can't be a financial help or anything, but it's one of the things I wanted to do as well is something called 915 Indies, which is a website I'm going to open up. I'm going to work on some of this stuff while I'm sitting here. But yeah, 915 Indies is like, you can actually go to 915indies.com right now. Well, thanks. Yeah, it's, I was helped throughout my years as well, so I want to help as much as I can in any way I can. And, I do have access to the dev kits and stuff, which are basically behind me. So I have the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series. I have access to all these dev kits, and they're just kind of sitting there collecting dust while I work on my stuff and get it up and running. But I do have the ability to publish games and help people locally, especially more than anything, to get their games out as well. But obviously, here in El Paso, we don't have many. But I did finally come across a developer. It's a 2-man dev team called, they're on my Discord. Little Doctor Games is what I think they go by. And they have a game called Pulsar Crash, which is available on Steam. It's like it's a 4-player shmup, multiplayer game, which is kind of cool. It was created in Game Maker, and they, I haven't talked to them in a while, but they are working on that game, and I think their next game is going to be in Godot. They have their own reasons for moving on from Game Maker as well. So I want to, try and help them out as well. They haven't reached out to ask for help or, help with, any kind of Nintendo or Xbox publishing and stuff. I'm sure they have their own discussions with other people as well. But yeah, that's something. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome. If they're friends with them and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's cool that word's getting out. So that's kind of what I want to do is create 915 Indies as a way for people to see what kind of developers are in El Paso. Because, for example, when I would go out of town and would meet up with Seattle Indies, right? Like Seattle Indies is obviously Seattle Indies. And they are light years ahead of anything I've done with the community here, but that's also just because there aren't that many of us here in Seattle. It's like probably every other building or apartment complex or person you meet is probably a developer in some way, some form or fashion, because It's kind of like in San Francisco, right? Like everywhere you go, there's always some kind of tech startup. And Seattle is obviously known for that as well, with Amazon and Microsoft and yeah, all that stuff. So yeah, Little Doctor Games. Yeah, so 915 Indies is a way for me to like create a website, like a source in code speak, right? It's like the source of truth, where that one place you can go to have access to all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm working on a logo for it and all that kind of stuff, and just kind of setting up the website. That's awesome that you've heard of them though, like out of nowhere, I guess, which is kind of cool. Let's see. Yeah, and then the other team. I'm curious if you've heard of this studio. The other studio is you probably have heard of this studio. Scaffold, Strange Scaffold. They've done a lot of games now. Let me see. Just want to make sure. On my end, it looks like this stream froze, but let me just refresh. Could just be a length of time thing. Cool. Yeah, it seems like it's going. All right, awesome. Yeah, so anyway, Strange Scaffold is I lost the history of the chat, just FYI, but it'll probably pop up again. A friend of mine was promoting Pulsar Crash on one of his streams, and some peeps bought the game on command. Nice. Okay, so you've actually even played the game, or at least have the game, right? Yeah, and you know, they were upfront about this as well, is that their game suffers from some, what do you call it, hiccups and stuff like that, and I'm sure they've been, you know, cleaning that stuff up as well. But it's good to see that as a their Discord, cool, get matchmaking. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, right? Is like with a multiplayer game, it's probably even more difficult to you know, because you need to have a tail on something like that so that you don't lose. If it's multiplayer only, you can very easily lose your player base, right? And I had a lot of friends from Seattle, as a matter of fact, who worked on. There's another game called Gurgamoth. Yeah, Gurgamoth is also I don't remember if they ever put online multiplayer in it, but it's a couch multiplayer game, right? Like that's how they would explain it. And the thing with those type of games is like, yeah, they're a lot of fun at events, right? Because you're there with all your friends. So like if you go to PAX, you're there with like 4 or 5 of your friends, and you can all start playing the game, and you have a lot of fun there at the event. And the one thing they would always tell me is that it sucks because like it's hard to sell those games, because you might sell some at the events, and maybe some of that is also word of mouth, where like a lot of their friends will buy the game when they get back home and stuff. But it's tricky because once that, you know, when you're at home, you're not always with your friends all the time, so it's a harder sell. So that kind of stuff is the pain in the ass there. And when you add online multiplayer to it, it makes it a little easier, in the sense of like, you know, it makes it easier for you to play the game with your friends, but some of that gets lost. Some of that energy gets lost because, you know, you're not on the couch with your friend. You're kind of having to do the online thing. But so, yeah, it kind of sucks in that sense. You lose some of that as well. But you know, that's the thing with multiplayer games, man. It's like, well, it also makes it harder on the developer, because now it's like, you know, you have to worry about netcode. And Unity, not that it was bad for online multiplayer stuff. It's gotten a lot better, especially with like Unity 6.3 specifically. Unity 6 specifically, but Unity 6.3 has a lot of multiplayer stuff, a lot more focus on it. And their roadmap, Unite was in November, I think, and they released their roadmap for multiplayer stuff, and their multiplayer stuff is actually really cool, because they have this thing called netcode for entities, netcode for entities and netcode for game objects. Those are two completely different concepts. Netcode for entities is a way more efficient, like if you're trying to make a Call of Duty type, like, you know, like pinpoint accuracy multiplayer game, netcode for entities is the way to go. But entities itself, like entities as a concept, is a completely different way of thinking about game design and architecture, actually, to be more accurate. So Entities is way more efficient because it's kind of like a like to the bone type of idea of thinking about it in the sense of like the programming part of it. So it's you can have like a hell of a lot more objects on screen, and it's way more efficient in the sense of like being able to track all that stuff for accuracy in a multiplayer game. But netcode for game objects is a simpler way, which still, if you've learned Unity with game objects, because game objects is a core concept of Unity. Netcode for game objects is a way for you to set up a multiplayer game, and the way they try to market it is to say that netcode for game objects is kind of like if you want to have a couch co-op game or a game where like accuracy isn't that important, netcode for game objects is the way to go. And I started messing around with that for one of the prototypes I was working on after ADHD. And it is really cool, but Unity still, Unreal specifically, has a leg up like crazy on Unity for multiplayer stuff, because Unreal, for the most part, is just designed for multiplayer games. So, whenever I talk to people who want to get into game design and they want to make a multiplayer game, like, yeah, I always recommend Unreal for that reason. Godot, I'm not sure if Godot does multiplayer. I would assume it does. Let's see. Yeah, Godot is really cool. The idea is like, also the idea of Godot and you installing it. I think it's like 7 megabytes or something to install the engine, and you don't actually even really install it. You just kind of run it. Yeah, like, I mean, I think I actually downloaded it. Let's see. Be curious. Yeah, Godot. So you open it. Let's extract it. Just in my downloads folder. And this is kind of the weird thing too, is you just run it like from wherever you downloaded it to. Let's see. There's the folder. Yeah, Godot Win64. There's a C# version of it too, which is called Godot Sharp, which is, I'm assuming they did that in a way for you to, if you're coming from Unity, you can code in C# instead of GDL, which I think is Godot's like proprietary programming language, which is Godot language, I think is what it's called. I might be totally wrong on that, but not like that's super important. But yeah, I mean, this is it. So like, this is Godot. Like, you open it right away. It's 160 gigs. I'm sorry, 160 megs. So like, this is it. Like, this is the game engine. It just, this executable right here. Just super crazy. Are you saying small game engines, like small? Let's see. Yeah. So that's Godot, man. This is, let's see, create new project. Let's just browse. Oh man, this is so Linux. It's insane. Let's do D. What? How can you, Jesus. Why does it not let me select my D drive? E? F? Oh shit. Okay, yeah. Let's just do prototype. Let's create a new folder. Let's call it Godot. Why the hell not, huh? This is what I was gonna do. Cool. So yeah, let's see. Forward plus is forward rendering. 3D graphics, cool. So it does. Yeah, see, so the renderer can be changed later, but scenes may need to be adjusted. Okay, so that's kind of okay, and it does support Git. Cool. Won't do that yet because I'm just kind of fucking around. So forward rendering supports desktop advanced 3D graphics, can scale. Slower rendering of simple scenes. That's weird. Cool. I'm just going to do compatible because why not? Let's just jump into this and see. Okay. Move this back over. Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, this is your 3D scene. So yeah, you create scenes actually is what they were. Like everything is a scene, not a level, a scene, but technically, I guess you could say it's the same thing. Yeah, so you import your resources, like your textures and stuff. You got your user interface, create a root node. Nodes, I think, is also another concept. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's your UI. Localization. Materials. Then you create a new scene. Got your nodes. So a 2D game object inherited by all 2D related nodes has a position. Yeah, so that's similar to where it's got a transform. Node 3D is obviously 3D. GUI controls. Okay, so yeah, this is similar to how in Unreal, when you open it up, you've got all your different windows. One of the things and how I would, when I learned software, it's kind of like the same thing when I was doing music stuff. Like as a musician, you know, you want to not mess with computer stuff as much as possible, right? So like, when you do, you basically just want to know what every window is and what every tool does, and then you just kind of want to take it from there. Oh, Godot is absolutely more lightweight for sure. But it's like I was saying, like the idea with like music production software, it's like it's all you need to know is where things are and how they relate to each other, and then you can start taking it from there. But yeah, like in Unity, to like super simplify it, is like you have a game object which is kind of like the base of everything. It's not so much in the sense of like inheritance or anything like that, like coding from a coding perspective. It's just the easiest way to describe something or Unity to someone is, yeah, you have a game object and you attach scripts to it, which give it functionality, right? So like you have a game object, it can be anything you want it to be. So like a game object is like, say for example, you make it your character. Well, your character is now a game object that exists in the scene, right? So you have your character and then you attach a script called character movement, right? And then character movement will have the functionality in it to tell the character what it does when it receives input from a gamepad or something. And then you can have another game object, which is like your score manager. And then that manager also has a script attached to it called score manager, which, or whatever you want to call it. And that score manager will listen for functionality like tracking score based on, you know, how much damage you do or whatever. And that same concept applies to your health bars and stuff. And early on, I didn't know about concepts like events and stuff like that. So basically, I don't want to get super into the weeds here, but just the idea of like an event is something that your game object can listen to, but so that it doesn't have to be what's called coupled to it, right? So like you have an event that triggers, and then you have an event listener. So I learned this later on, which is actually really cool. And once you learn it, it's actually a really nice way to like
decouple code so that, again, you don't, if you mess with something, if you change something over here, the event listener doesn't need to care about what changed. It just needs to know that the event is being triggered. So these two things are completely separate, but one listens to the other, right? And that concept was really cool. When I learned that, I was like, holy shit, why did I not do this from the beginning? But not only that, like, how did I get away with not doing this for so long, right? I'm going to play the music in the background just so it's not so quiet. The stillness makes me nervous. It's something I always just play it casually in the back. Oh, right. So I can't hear this, but if you can, let me know. If it gets annoying, also let me know. Because the only way I think I can get that to work again. Okay, cool. The only way, if it's too loud, let me know. Of course, as always, I hate being annoying about that, but I just want to know. Let's see. Yeah, the only way I think I can fix that is by stopping the stream and stopping over, and I might not do that until I take a break here in a bit. It seems good. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, it's just going to be a bunch of random stuff. Again, I can't hear it, but it's okay. Yeah, and again, this is the stuff I like talking about. I like talking to people about. So, and if you weren't here, note, I'd still be talking. It'd be like my rubber duck situation. So I appreciate you're here. Obviously, I know you're doing other stuff as well. So it doesn't mean you have to listen to what I'm saying, but it does give me a point of reference of like talking about stuff. But design is the stuff I like talking to people about. It's one of the things that, like, I wish I had, and not that I didn't, but I didn't have as much of it as I wish I did. But it's one of those things where, like, having AI now is something I wish I had when I first started working on the game, because I feel like I could have gotten it done a lot sooner than the 10 years it took me. Technically 6, but 10 years to actually, from beginning to end. And again, the day job was a pain in the ass in there, but everyone's got to have it, so that makes sense. But yeah, AI can help speed up your process a lot. And I know there are a lot of people who have their own opinions on AI and stuff, but I think for the most part, from what I've noticed, like, when I have the meetings with the AI SIG, is it tends to be a lot of the ill will towards AI seems to be with generative AI, right? Like the AI that people use to create art, because technically you can use AI to help you write code, and that the technical part I'm talking about there is that the AI can be thought of when you're using it to help you write code. I guess you can also think of it as art, but at the same time, it's with AI as it's more like a tool. So, like, if you build a house, you still need hammers and stuff that's going to help you build the house. So those tools are just helping you do something more efficient and a lot faster. Having a tool that lets you be more accurate in how you're aligning, like the base structure of the house, right? Like, you could totally eyeball it and stuff, but who knows how efficient you'll be, whether it's time or efficient in the sense of how you're building it. So cool. Let's see. Yeah, generative, exactly. Mentioning that if it did the grunt work for things instead of being generative. Well, okay, but yeah, it's a can of worms for sure. So the thing is, the grunt work, sure, but at that point, you can still have it. You can still think about it in two completely different ways, right? Like, you don't have to say, like, if it only did grunt work, it would be good, but because it does the generative stuff, it's bad. Or, it's not like black and white in that sense. or it can be, because like you can have one without the other in your particular line of work, like you're doing it. It's kind of like the existence of the tool is people are going to use it how they want. And that doesn't mean you have to. It's kind of like a gun, right? Like a gun exists for protecting yourself, but it still exists. So someone else can still use that gun for really bad things, but it also does a really good thing of defending you. So like, yeah, it's a tool. So like you can use AI to help you learn. You can use it to help you code something quicker. And the important part there is also if you use it to help you do things more efficiently and you know how to do those things, it's just helping you do it quicker. That's also a good thing. Because you can tell if it does something wrong, right? And I think that's where it gets tricky. Like, because most people who use it as a crutch, that's not good, because then you'll get to a point where if it does something wrong and you don't know how to fix it, and you're using AI to fix the issue that you don't know how it's trying to fix, that's a dark hole to go down. And don't get me wrong, I've always been, upfront about the idea that I don't know how to code very well, but over the years I've learned to code better, kind of like the idea of events and stuff that I was talking about before. Now that I understand that concept, I could probably, I'm pretty sure I could code an event from scratch. And like I said, I might do some of that stuff here in a bit anyway. Right now, I'm just kind of still deciding what to do. But yeah, the idea of I could see something easier than I could way back in the day, which lets me know when like the AI is kind of bullshitting me in a way, right? So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that stuff. Yeah, right. So the power usage. So this is actually something I always bring up when I talk with people about AI stuff. One of the guys in the SIG, and he's hella smarter than me on this kind of stuff, but it was pretty cool because he brought up the idea that like anytime you ask AI something as simple as like even just a, hey, how are you doing today? Like, or whatever, right? Like have it just compute something really simple for you. It's like dumping a gallon of water. And I asked him, I was like, are you being hyperbolic? Because like, that seems extreme. And he's like, yeah, I am to a certain extent, but it is almost equivalent to you asking it something. And it's like burning a gallon of water. Which is why a lot of these like, sources of, like when the AI data centers go up or whatever, that's how much water they're using. But it's not quite accurate, but it is kind of, yeah. Yeah. But AI, man, it's amazing. Like I said, I used it to kind of back to your grunt thing, note is the idea of like, I didn't want to spend too much time relearning HTML5 and CSS and all that kind of stuff. So, but I'm familiar enough with it to where I can ask AI to like code something up for me real quick. And I understand it enough to where I can be like, okay, yeah, go ahead and, yeah, like I'll commit that because that makes sense. And it's not that esoteric to me. I think that's the right word. So that I could just code up the website real quick. And it's not like I need it to be super fancy or anything. I don't need like super databases and stuff like that. I just need a structure, right? Implementing the store and stuff like that is different because that also requires APIs and whatever. But another concept that I thought was kind of cool that we brought up in one of the meetings at the SIG stuff was I brought up the idea that like when I use AI for coding, So coding a video game is way more specific than coding a website. And my question was like, why is it more efficient at one than the other? Like, say for example, web development versus game development. And the concept there was actually pretty cool because the idea is AI is a lot better at coding web development, because even though you can do very like specific stuff with web dev and like you can do some really amazing stuff that other people haven't seen, for the most part, a lot of the structural stuff of web development is already out there, and more than anything it's public, right? Like if someone makes a website, it's public facing, like it's front facing. So a lot of the structural part of a website, an AI has pretty much already learned it by just scraping everything that's available on the internet. Where like a lot of game development is still in people's heads, right? Like so, like they're very specific with a concept that they're trying to code or whatever. So it's a lot harder for an AI to develop a game from scratch. Where a website, you can absolutely tell it, hey, I'd like it to do this, and immediately it like almost exactly spits out what you imagined, or what you imagined it to create, which is kind of cool. So anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like for example, well, yeah, this is a website. I thought this was Godot, but yeah, you just hit F12 and you can start inspecting all that stuff. Yeah, like this is the code right here for this website. Granted, it's a lot of this stuff can be hidden behind this like JavaScript stuff. I am sharing my screen, right? Okay, yeah, thought it was full screen there for a sec. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is kind of hidden in the JavaScript, but like as you can see, you have access to almost everything here. And if you were to copy even just this right here, you could create this basic structure of a site. But yeah, you've got your script headers. This is usually where a lot of that code exists that just kind of runs and does specific shit. But then you've got your divs, which are the individual, usually kind of like these things. Yeah. So you've got your showcase blog. That's usually in these div classes, which is divider, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, geez. Thanks, man. I totally forgot about that. Let me go do that real quick. That's something I can do pretty easily. Meant to do that a long time ago. Who knows how many people have stopped by thinking I'm playing fucking Grand Theft Auto. Thank you. I might take a little break in a bit just to eat something. I haven't had lunch yet. Lose track of time when you're working on stuff. There you go.
and get my code. Where are you? There we go, 240. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever leave it on anything other than just chatting. Fucking changes. Well, that was harder to do than I remember that being. Let's see. Just chat. The funny thing is the chat shit up. Yeah, I found it. I changed it there, so hopefully that worked. Pretty sure that worked. Okay, let's see. Unless you have to save it. Just chatting. Oh, yeah, okay, done. There we go. I think that worked. I think that worked. Another game I've been wanting to check out too, just because I saw it up here on the Twitch channel. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, Note. Really appreciate that, man. Is Arc Raiders. I haven't tried that yet, but I've heard good things about it. So let's see. Arc Raiders. Yeah. In concept, it seemed like something cool. But I never got around to actually trying it.
I just watched VODs of Northern Lion and Dan Giesling playing it, and it's so wild. Huh. Yeah, it's what do they call them? Looter shooters, right? Like it's one of those type of survival games, right? Like it's kind of like PUBG, in that sense. And that's kind of maybe one of the reasons why I haven't really tried it is it's like the DMZ mode in Call of Duty. Like I like the idea of being able to just jump into a game and like, or I'm not the biggest fan of jumping into a game and then just like, you know, if you die, you have to restart all over again, like in a multiplayer match. Where like Call of Duty itself, the base game, right, is like going around just killing each other. But it's like just really quick or whatever. But having to, I guess kind of like Fortnite too, where it's like you jump into a game and there's like so many people playing. It's just super competitive in that sense. So like form alliances with each other, trade resources, etc. Okay, yeah. So there's actually, oh man, what game am I thinking of? Oh, Bungie's game, Marathon, like their reimagining of Marathon. When they described it in one of their like dev diaries recently, like it seems cool, but it makes me really wonder how many people are going to try and do the alliance thing, because their whole concept there with Marathon was that, you know, you can come across some players that you don't necessarily need to kill, but I think it's like so many people have been trained to like just be dropped into a world and like immediately the second they see someone, like just take them out, right? So like, can you imagine yourself jumping into a match like that? Maybe with like two other friends or something, because I think it's a three-person squad, or it might be four or whatever. I don't think that's super important, but just the idea of like jumping into a match like that, right? And coming across some people, like, I wonder what they'll have on the gameplay side that would communicate that, other than just, you know, showing up and like, you know, you're just not shooting. Like, is there some kind of wave? Is there something you can do that signifies, hey, I'm cool? I mean, outside of the obvious audio, you know, like chat, like, and saying, hey guys, we're cool. But, you know, how often, like I catch myself doing this as well, where how often do you jump into a match with your headset on, ready to talk to random people, you know? I'm curious. I'm actually really, really curious how and if Marathon is actually going to pull that off, because I think it's a cool concept. I'm just curious how many people will actually do that. Yeah. So let's see. I'm gonna start to set up a break screen here, just so I can come back. Because I don't want to stop the stream. I think YouTube has a 12-hour, I think Facebook does too, has a 12-hour mark. I think I've been going for, 3 hours. Wow, it feels like a lot longer than that. Yeah, so no disruptions, just so it stays up. Because like I said, YouTube has a 12-hour mark where like at 12 hours, they will cut your video regardless. Yeah. Just because, you know, that way, if I don't like to start and stop it necessarily. But yeah, I need one anyway. And that way, yeah. Also for the sake of archival reasons. It's just one big file. It's been a while since I've done an extra live stream. That's when me and my buddy Barry used to do those. I don't know if you ever dropped in on one of those, because that was quite a while ago. I think the last time I did one was 2019. But yeah, when I come back after having like some dinner, lunch, or whatever, I'll work on some new shirt designs, putting up the shirt designs, the previous ones, so that people can buy shirts again. One thing I like is there's this new company I use called Printful. Once I found them, I thought it was pretty cool because it's like, so especially now, back in the day when I would go to like PAX, I would have to take a certain amount. The first PAX I ever went to in 2016 at PAX South, I took all of my inventory with me, like all of my shirts, and it sucked because Southwest at the time charged me like $75 just for that. Because my suitcase was over the limit of 50 pounds. 50 pounds. I didn't know there's that limit. So I showed up at the airport. My suitcase was 75 pounds. So I had to get an extra bag that they charged me I think it was $50 or 75 or something, for an extra bag just to put those shirts and make that suitcase 50 and then make this one, I don't remember. I think it was like a 25-pound difference or something. So I had to get a separate bag and it sucked. But Printful is really cool because now it's like you can just set up the website and not only that, I don't have to pre-purchase a certain amount of shirts. So like I would always sell out of mediums, and I would always have like 2XLs or 3XLs or whatever left over because you want to have enough to sell for people who want to buy that size or whatever. And yeah, it just sucks. But Printful's been super cool about that. So anyway, I'll go take a break and stuff eventually and just kind of come back and work on that stuff. So I'm doing this over here. Let's see. Yeah, I had a bunch of custom titles on my old machine when I used to stream. Now I have to reset them all. Tickers. Yeah, tickers are cool. Oh, tickers are cool. Oh, let's do this. Actually, let's see. This one looks all news, so let's see. So bottom left text. Let's see. Text. Should change that. Might be overkill, but okay. Text is different. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, what the hell, man? What the hell, indeed. Yeah, and I'm just kind of doing. Let's see. Okay, that didn't update anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much. You spend too much time setting stuff up, and then by the time you go live, shit goes like. I guess that's a musician in me. The idea of doing stuff like on the fly. It's like I used to play so many shows back in the day when something would go wrong at a show, and it just like if you show it, you ruin it for like everybody. And there's so many musicians, like, you know, you pop a string or something, it's like they stop the song that you're like listening to. And granted, don't get me wrong, like, you know, if you go out of tune and it just like the song just sounds really bad, like make it obvious. But it's just the idea of like breaking something right in the middle of something and not being able to like improvise, I guess is the right word. It just, nah, man. That's not me. I like to improvise if necessary. Not too many people can, right? Like, yeah. But I'm trying to figure out where this is, because the actual ticker text doesn't seem to be showing up. Yeah, 100%. Oh, well, right. I don't think the text shows up until it goes live, so let's see. Okay, so let me just activate this to see what this looks like. Bam! Okay, so that'll take over that part. Cool. Yeah, super cheese ball, but that works. All right. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I will be back in a bit. No, sincerely, man, thank you so much for sticking around. I know you're probably, like you said, doing other stuff as well, so I appreciate it, man. I will be back, and I'll work on some stuff, and we'll see what happens. But, yeah. See you on the flip. I might actually need to start the stream anyway because I need to fix the audio, but I can also figure that out when I'm back. If I need to restart it, I will. In the meantime, I will just break, and I will be back in a bit. Man, that is loud. Okay. Turn this off. And I've got audio. So, woo! Haha. Yeah, it's the, I call it the Risk 'em Up transition with the Metal Gear Solid, I think it's the menu accept sound. It's pretty cool. Okay, so let's see. I want to play the music that's playing through my ears, but I also don't want to get copyright stricken. Copyright struck. Copyrights. Yeah, whatever. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, I really don't know what the point of that is for, like, the copyright strikes, because, like, you're not making money off someone else's music. The one thing I did notice though is I had a friend of mine who was working on some music, and I had him on for like an episode of the podcast. Like I was interviewing him and everything, and we got copyright strikes for his songs. It's like, what the hell, man? But anyway, let's see. Let's get out of here. And I'm going to go ahead and start setting up some of the merch. Maybe even... Let's see. So like most people, I moved on from Adobe Creative Cloud, moved away from Creative Cloud and started using Affinity Photo as a software to start editing Photoshop files. So now I have all these Photoshop files that I need to open and convert into this program. Let's see. Yeah, and the funny thing is it's mostly the cost. The full license for Affinity Photo was like $160 or something. And it's perpetual, but it was crazy because I bought it. 3 days later, Affinity, the company, was like, hey, we're about to announce something. And they stopped selling the software. And everyone was like, what the hell just happened? Because Canva, this company called Canva, bought them out. And everyone started worrying that they were going to go back to subscription models and stuff. And so we were all like, what the hell? And then they ended up, like 30 days later, right, like on October 30th, they ended up announcing what they were doing. And they basically announced that they're going free. Like, so all of their software is going to be, not only is it free, it's going to be combined into one app. So the new app is just called Affinity. I think it's just called Affinity. And yeah, they just, they released it for free and it's pretty cool. The only thing was 3 days before that, I had spent $160 on software that was free, that was soon to be free.
So the way they made it up to people who bought the software is they gave us like some font pack to make up for it. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, but whatever. It worked out. So anyway. Yeah, let's see. Close down. Go. Sure. Okay, so where are my shirt designs? I wish there was a preview for PSD files. Let's see. That's weird. I remember them being a sleight of hand. No, that's that. What's this? Nope. Wow, where the hell are they? There's definitely this one that I want to use. Let's export that.
Save it as Affinity file. Damn it, that's not what I meant to do. Open it back up. Okay. There we go. That was actually one of my favorites. Was the one I like to call sleight of hand. Let's open it up and just clean it. So it was in exports. $2020. Jesus. I don't even know how that got in there.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite designs. I I was actually trying to sketch it out just to make it look like, or just to sketch out what I could make it look like, whatever. But I ended up just liking that kind of look, and I ended up keeping it because I was like, this looks pretty cool. And it ended up being it's just my straight up handwriting, so it just wrote it all out. And it ended up being pretty cool. Like it just looks pretty slick, especially when you have the black background like that. On a black shirt, looks really good. Yeah, came out super red. So that one, actually, I could probably do the Arcade is Not Dead. Also, was kind of like a. It seems a little too perfect. Let's see. The standard Risk 'em Up ones, also, yeah, same idea. And then, what was the other? Oh, it's just Arcade is Not Dead, Risk 'em Up, and then I had the shirt tag, which is on the neck, on the back of the neck, which I thought gives it like a premium custom feel. It just has the shirt size in the middle of the Texas, and then it has some other stuff here too. I don't remember what I put on the sides, but yeah, looked pretty cool. So let's close that. But yeah, I don't want to put too much emphasis on these. I might end up doing just like the new project and the other stuff. Let's see. So export that one. So now I gotta go make product catalog. So yeah, just so you know, this is the Printful is the company I started using now for making shirts. And the cool thing is, you know, they don't just make shirts; they do all sorts of stuff. So they can do all this like hard, like all sorts of stuff. They even do embroidery now, which is actually kind of cool. Let's see, is there anything on here? Oh, I guess they just show you the design. What the hell? That's a weird kind of glowy thing. Weird. Yeah, and they could basically put your logo on anything, essentially. And it's really, really cool. Go back, yeah. But, yeah, I haven't really... See, so this is the cool thing, right? Is you have like these also... It's not just that they're extra, extra large or anything, but they're more... when you make shirts like at a local level to take with you to places, you have to order sizes in advance and you have to order the design in advance and stuff. The cool thing that I found with Printful is which is fairly obvious, right? They can print it on anything. So you just make the design and they'll put it on any style of shirt. Hell, I even ordered, I don't have it handy, but a hoodie for myself because I wanted to see what the hoodies would come out like. And I'm not sure if I still have that design, but that was super custom. And I had the dual hand disaster tracker, like the ships and the heart, the risk heart on the right side, I think. And then Ask an Enemy Studios kind of down the side of the zipper. Like I thought about just doing something over the zipper. But yeah, it just, you gotta make those calls, I guess. And then I'm not one to put, like, I'm not one to use those hoodies that are over the head. Yeah, they have some discontinued stuff. This hat's pretty neat though. I like that kind of distressed worn hat. Might look kind of cool with a, I don't wear caps though, but some people do. That's kind of the idea, right? I like that little look there too. that little white use there. I might save this. Let's add that just in case. Let's see, what else do they got? Yeah, so and then they have like specific women's clothing too. So they would have let's see, where is it? Like specific shirts that like women wear, the ones with like the not spaghetti straps necessarily, but like is it a tank? I forget what they're called. Oh, shit. It opened up the whole thing, that's why. Tank tops, right? Yeah, these. Some people like that look. I do. I think they're pretty cool. So yeah, you can put your logo on those, and I bet those are cool. So people can just go in and choose whatever the hell they want. So I think that's really cool. So let's go back. What is this? A sweatshirt? That's a nice sweatshirt. It's over, but yeah, people like my girlfriend don't mind the pullover. So that's kind of cool. And the hoodie I got, which is what I liked, is it's really thin. It's really nice and not thick and heavy. Cool. So let's start setting some stuff up. Over shirts. What's that? Oh. What? Okay. Let's just do basic. Bella Canvas is my favorite. Gildan garment. Soft style. Yeah, soft style. They're the most comfortable. Tri-blend are the most expensive, yeah, but those are the nicest. But here you have a choice. So when I made the shirts for Extra Life a couple years ago, I had a premium bitch, which was the really nice shirts, and then I had the basic bitch, which were the not as nice, but still nice. I mean, I don't think I've ordered a shirt from here, a sample from here, that hasn't been nice. But yeah, I will probably do this Bella Canvas will probably be the basic bitch. Oh, yeah, a 944. See, you can kind of tell. It looks like it could be the thick ones. Yeah, and then I don't like the really long sleeves. They're more fitting when they're... Well, that does look like a long sleeve too. Okay, we'll do tri-blend for sure. Heavyweight, no. V-necks, ugh. V-necks are disgusting. Then we'll do this. Guy kind of looks like Mark Zuckerberg. Is it Mark? It's Mark, right? I was thinking it was Mike for some reason. Mike Zuckerberg. Good old Mike. Whoa, video. See, they look long, though. I guess 3,000... I think that was the one I ordered before. Yeah, okay, what are we? So the Premium B, which was, yeah, 3001. See,
Here it looks shorter though. Huh. What's this? Oh, subscription plans. The hell? Okay, cool. I will use that one. And the other thing is cool is that they also let you download mock-ups for you to use for your site. So that's pretty cool. So all these pictures they have here, you can download them. And you get like professional looking stuff for your site. I sound like an ad for Printful, but it's true. It's absolutely true. Okay. What's DT Flex? Ooh. Getting audio. All right, cool. What's the price difference? Ooh, an extra $3. Keep it DTG for now. Oh, I forget you have to do it individually. Okay. So we'll do Black Heather and Vintage Black. Let's do Black Heather first. You don't have to do each size too, do you? You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and do, this will be premium. Oh, had I already uploaded? Okay.
I originally wanted to do one too where each sleeve had the ships on the sides, but you know, as you add stuff to it, it gets more complex or it gets more expensive. Like the cool thing is you can preview it. So, for example, that's the left. So the left would be the HRD, and I'm not sure. Do I have it? Yeah, I do. Okay. So I have the HRD on the left. Looks pretty cool. How far can you move it? Okay, not very far. Then we got the right. Could be the DFR. Let's go. So yeah, each sleeve that adds $2, $2.50. So, well, let's see if it renders it out afterwards. So this will be Premium B, sleight of hand. Let's do with sleeves. I think that's it. Oh, mock-ups. Here we go. Waiting for the magic to happen. Oh, let me shut my windows here real quick. 'Cause it's nighttime and people can totally see. BRB. Oh, that looks nice. So is that right? Because if you're... Yeah. Let's do that. They do a pretty good mock-up. Damn, that guy.
That's a muscly ass fucking shirt. That's cool as shit. So yeah, it's got a premium on it, but I mean options, right? You don't have to. Let's go ahead and save that to templates. Cool. So yeah, there's that. Now let's do a, can we duplicate this? Yeah, duplicate. And then we will go to templates. Yeah, cool. So this is the copy. Let's go edit this one. Just call that sleight of hand. Doesn't have the sleeves. It's still Premium B. And still DT Flex, sure. So let's save. Oh, it still has them. I forgot to take them off. Sorry. I just renaming the files is not enough, buddy. There we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, so now we've got those two. Let's go ahead and add this to store. Do it square. Oh yeah, so I gotta do this. Jesus, 3XL, 4XL, and 5XL. Proceed to mockups. Sure, let's do that. I like the ones that show. Yeah, I guess that's cool too. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't realize they let you. It's a little. I guess just the straight shirt's better. Oh yeah, let's see what my.
sucks, but that's what you gotta do. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, which one did I add? Oh, wait, I think. Shit. Might have jacked that up. Damn it. Doesn't really show the shirt realistically. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Damn it, I did it twice. Oh, okay. Never mind. So let's get out of here.
see what it looks like on the cap. Oh, that's not big at all. It's kind of cool. So, let's go to move over to the other thing. Try a Christmas tree skirt. What the hell? Kids' shirts might be cool. No, that's all over. Ah, shit. No! Doesn't have my fonts. Okay. Yeah, the blue pixel clusters are essentially the voids. I never really had a name for them. They're more like black holes, voids, or what I call them. Oh, sorry, I forgot you mentioned it before. But any reason behind the name? Oh, what? Really? Yeah. Oh, so the 915 Indies basically is 915 is our area code. It's, El Paso thing, and like a lot of people who are from here know like like anyone would. Yeah, exactly. So it'd be like whatever your area code is, right? Like that, a lot of people kind of grasp to that. Yeah. It'd be like doing your zip code, but your zip code's like 79912, It's like a long ass number. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm sure. Yeah, should have said that from the beginning. But the font is missing from my this computer, so I gotta see which computer had it, and because I don't remember the font I used was pretty slick because let me turn the heat off because it's fucking hot as hell in here. Yeah. So anyway, should have said that from the beginning, but yeah. Sorry, I'm replying to my girlfriend about something. Okay. So anyway, I need to figure out what font that was. Because it worked perfectly. Yeah, Futura. Futura. Okay, well. Let's not save that. Although I think it did it automatically. And let me reinstall my fonts. Yes. Okay. So. Fuck, this will probably take a while. Yeah, it's not installed. But actually, so also in relation to the clusters, which is actually probably the better name for it, I don't have an image for that because for the most part, all the other, so I could show you real quick, all the other artwork in the game was made with Cubicle, which is the 3D modeling software that uses voxels. So yeah, I just basically... these used to be 2D sprites, right? Yeah.
So they just used to be 2D sprites. Yeah, the DFR. So yeah, they were 2D sprites, man. Like they were just, this essentially. I just did it on like my my iPad. I had like a pixel software called Pixaki, whatever. And it's super solid for like pixel art. But then when I put them in the game, it like to try and make pixel art animate and put it at different angles, it was really hard to pull off. So what I ended up doing was I found this software from a recommendation of a friend who recommended Magica Voxel, which is a pretty popular voxel software. But I ended up using Cubicle. I don't remember what the justification was why I chose one over the other. But yeah, I ended up just using Cubicle. Cubicle. Brought the image in and then just started pulling it out, right? Like, so it's called extruding. These sprites for that one old Game Maker build. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's the exact same sprites for that old Game Maker version. And so I just brought them in here, started pulling stuff out because like you have this like mode here, which is extrude. So like once you start to see the pixels here, you could see that you could grab a pixel and then just kind of start pulling it out. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so I just started doing that piece by piece and trying to make it look more 3D, and that's what ended up being the ships. And I know you can't see it from this angle, but I guess I could show you. Up here, those two right there on the wall are made of Legos. So a buddy of mine who's like super into Legos basically made those ships for me out of Legos. It's fucking crazy, man. When I received them in the mail, he told me I was going to receive something. He didn't tell me what it was. He's from Sweden or Norway. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yes, that's it. That's exactly it. Yeah, dude, you remember. Awesome. Yeah, that fucking means a lot that you remember that. Yeah, so he's the one who did them. God damn, to see them in real life is just something, man. I always wanted to take them with me to events, but I just couldn't. It was, not only did I not want to risk them breaking into bits, but yeah, it was really expensive to kind of get them shipped out and stuff. So now they just kind of exist on my wall, which I am more than happy with. But anyway, yeah, that's the software. Anyway, super long story, right? The clusters, I never had a visual for them because all they ended up being was just a particle effect in Unity. So all it is just a straight up particle effect of like transparent kind of cubes. I tried to keep it cubed as much as possible, like everything. And yeah, basically that's what it ended up becoming, was that kind of thing. So yeah. Although, yeah, and even then I could probably go and kind of capture a picture of it, but yeah, I need to figure out some other way, like in Unreal specifically. Obviously they have a particle system too. Although you'll be... Oh, might have said too much. Yeah, I need to find a way to make that like a visual, maybe change up what that is. So anyway, yeah, pretty cool. Save changes now. Oh, I see what's happening here. So the chat is up to date, but the stream is super behind. Okay, cool. No problem. Yeah, so let's install these fonts, huh? Let's see if I still remember where they are. There we go. Let me make sure it's in here. Damn. I've got over 3,500 fonts, man. And the crazy part is sometimes I still can't find something useful. And it becomes overwhelming to a certain extent too.
What was it called? It's not even in. Huh. Well, I'll install these anyway, but I think, yeah, 30, 13. How many are these? Oh, they're not even all installed. Okay. Hopefully that skips a bunch of them. Yeah, although I haven't found that very helpful, like sorting them by type. Like website defont has stuff like futuristic, square, etc. Yeah. So I eventually at one point I got to a point once where I used to have them organized like where I got them, and then somehow over the years I ended up just putting them all into one folder called fonts. And so they're sorted by like just, you know, whatever they are, like a serif or whatever. But yeah, I don't I'm not a font guy, so I don't know what the hell like a serif is compared to like a sans serif. I know there's a difference there. Funny thing is, I met a guy at one of the PAXs. His name was Stuart, and I don't remember if he said he worked at or he started. I think it's What the Font, which is like a place, or no, I'm sorry, not What the Font. What the Font is a software you use to scan fonts to find out what font it is. He worked for created again, a company that makes fonts. And it's one of the big companies. It's like, that's why he told me, he's like, if you ever see some specific font or something, like that was us, like that was me, is what he said. Yeah, What the Font. That's a really good name. But yeah, so that was super cool because I asked him at one point, I didn't need it at the time, but now that I do, I was like, could you, if I asked you to make me a font for like, you know, my next project or whatever, could you do that? I don't know how much it would cost because I never got around to asking him, but he's like, oh, absolutely, man. Like we could take, if there's a certain font that you like, we can take that as a base and then just, you know, he was telling me how crazy it is because there are fonts where they're the exact same, they're basically the same base font. And all they do is maybe like say like an N, and that's like the only letter, right? Like they'll twist it just enough so that it's just different enough, and you can rename it something totally different, and it's a new font. And the interesting thing about that too is he told me that was also a way for him to find out if people were pirating fonts based on like little tiny changes in angles and stuff, and like they try to keep it as that font, and he could like easily see it and be like, oh yeah, it's just this one little twist on the T or something that lets him know. And I was like, holy shit, man, that is crazy. That is like super nuts. I'm refreshing that, so I might lose, there we go. Might lose chat again. There we go. Okay. So anyway, it did not seem like it copied a mower. I'm just trying to install them directly. Unless it's happening in the background somewhere where I don't see it. Oh, shit. Maybe it's just not duplicating them or something. Well, let's go back and see. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, Futura. So I did FS for all of this. Oh man, what's... I think my MacBook is where I did it. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab that. All right, I was correct. It was on my MacBook. So, let's go install this. Let's close this out. Buzz. There it is. Oh, what? Do I just need to rasterize it? Damn it. Oh, see, now they show up. Stupid cop. All right. Okay. How can I convert this? let's go. Might have to just rasterize it then. Damn it. Just go grab my MacBook. Be right back. All right, here goes nothing.
There we go.
So, maybe I can put it over the eye. Oh, that looks pretty good. Let's see if that works. Grab that out like this. Looks pretty good. Oh, shit. Okay, so let's try that. Save that. Oh, awesome. Cool. Thanks, Dot. Yeah, I mean, note. Dot. I'm getting crazy. I'm going crazy, man. Fucking Dot. Oh, shit, man. Okay, yeah, I was curious about that too. I'm not super sold on the kind of outlined Texas just yet. I can't seem to let go of the Austin beef thing, you know. So like putting it right above Austin still makes sense to me. It might be too much. Like I feel like my girlfriend would definitely look at this and be like, stop adding. And it's so easy to keep adding stuff, but I kind of want more of that. I love the heart over the eye for sure, like that without a doubt. But yeah, also like the font. See how much the font made a difference. Like the reason I used it is because this is just two separate text fields stacked on top of each other, but I couldn't get the font to work. It's not exclusive to Mac, but for some reason it's only on my Mac, and I don't remember how I got it. And so I couldn't
just transfer it to Windows because it's like a type font collection or something. So it didn't quite work, but whatever. Regardless, I really liked the N and how sharp it was, and then the 1 and the I. Like I said, those are two separate text fields, but when they stack on top of each other, like the 1 just looks like an I. I loved it. I thought it was pretty neat. So I'll keep this like that. Although the Texas, I mean, I love seeing the Texas on stuff. It might just be a visual, like, a visual glitchy thing just because of that. But if I put let me see, make sure I added where is this? Was it edit settings? Okay. Just want to make sure. Don't remember where to remove or make it a transparent background. Document setup. There it is. It's down here somewhere. Bleed, scale, color. Bam. Okay, cool. So now with that, let's save that again. And now I can just kind of add just a fill in the back with whatever color I want, right? So this is just temporary. I always use it as a way to see what a shirt would look like with it. So yeah, I mean, I wish maybe I could just go up and clean this. It's just it used to be on a black background, and I mean, I guess it's not that apparent on shirts, but let's see. I'm just gonna take this in, save, and then I'll go back and open the template, which I think was, oh, I guess that's it too, but let's go back and open the template. Yep, okay. Disable this, and again, this is another one of those things, right? Like, you don't want to add too much. A simple design is sometimes, some would argue, way better than overcomplicating it. But let's see. Oh, I need to export it. What an IDS. Okay, so let's remove this. Save it. And export. So let's do, that's fine. It's already cool. Trying to save everything now to my G drive, so that's why I'm moving everything in here. Nope. Oh, right. So this will be, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, duh, idiot. Okay, cool. Let's come back in here. And this will be place. We're gonna go here. Okay, so this is a shirt. I can also drop this individually as a graphic for like other like hats and stuff, right? But so the thing is, it doesn't really tell you where the center is. You don't want it to be too low. Like this, so this shirt's pretty high. You also don't want too much dead space down on the bottom. Ha! Dead space. Okay, so let's try this. Do save as. We're going to save this shirt to oh no. So 915 Indies, and then we'll do shirts. Let's call it 915 No Beef. Non-beef. Sure. Okay, so then let's export it as PNG. Cool. Just want to see what it looks like real quick and see if that's even worth it. Let's go back to Printful. Let's drop the design in. Oh, right. Oh. Let's create. Forgot how to create folders. Oh, there. Duh. It's right in your face. Why not? T-shirts. So here, update. Oh, fuck, this is going to be black. Shit. Can I rename this? No. Okay, so. Oh, no. It's going to be white on white. Black on black. Let's see. Can I do a fill? Oh shit, this doesn't work like... I forgot this is Illustrator, not Photoshop. So... I don't think Phil works that way. Phil was my dad's friend, by the way. I'll be here all week, everybody. Why are you not painting? Oh, idiot. No, that makes sense. Oh. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is there an invert function, maybe? Do this. I think I already rasterized it. Damn, that is blinding. That's not gonna work. I don't know what the hell's happening. Okay. Oh, that's on gradient, of course. Invert, there it is. There we go. I knew there had to be an invert. So let's do that. Do the same thing with the text. And I don't think you are correct, sir. People do not, in fact, love inversion. Okay, let's see. So here, layer. New adjustment. I always forget where it is. Okay. So let's try that. Oh, this is the logo. Let's also make that. Export. I'll just call it invert. Now let's bring it in here. And let's do we'll leave that one there. Place the new one in. Oh shit, did I not save it? Oh, god damn it. Oh, no. It's the logo. Okay. I guess it doesn't need to be exact. Drop shadows. Actually, yeah, right? That's kind of how that happens every once in a while. It's an accident. It was an accident. Cool. So let's save that. Export. Although now with the, god damn it, that's true. Now with the black Texas on a black shirt. Fuck. Well, let's do this. I just want to see it. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see what this looks like. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Simple. Straight to the point. Huh. How can I get away? Maybe a gray Texas? Like a... maybe not black. Or actually... yeah, that looks pretty good. It's subtle, right? Like it doesn't... I like it. I like it. Let's see. I could probably give it a little bit of a stroke if it ain't giving me one. I can't get over how muscular that fucking shirt is. Yeah, I like that. It's fucking cool. Yeah, although I still think Maybe I can give this a little bit of a stroke. Let's see. I'm not a very very good vector. Like I never really used Illustrator very much. I know it's better for when you're trying to do like really crisp graphics that you can make big or small and they never lose quality. But you know, maybe I could just kind of make this shape. It doesn't need all this crap. Can I make it? Let's see. Let's try this. Keep using the Unity button of trying to move the canvas with the right mouse button, and I always end up right clicking. This might be too many points. Whoa, what the hell happened there? Oh, right, because I made it. Oh, God damn it. Oh, fuck. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? What are you... Can I remove that, actually? Just... Normally there's a thing called break. Oh, there we go. Did it automatically. Okay, so now with that, I guess I could have made that a curve too. There was some kind of shortcut in there that I saw. So let's do not a fill, but a stroke. Let's do it. There we go. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. So now, there we go. Look at that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That looks like Texas to me. Right? Exactly. Exactly. Let's get this out of here. And let's pop it all back. Oh, right. This has to go down at the bottom. There we go. Look at that. Hell yeah. I forgot this is transparent also, but... Oh, right. That is why I moved that. Okay, so... I'd rather leave the Texas and then just add a white background to this. Yeah, that would look better. So in the flame heart, let's add small rectangle might do it. No, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna have to do trapezoid. I'll figure that out in a bit. Wait, what? Whoa, what is going on there? This way. That's crazy. Okay, so this time no stroke, but a fill. A white fill. This is like that Bob Ross happy little tree moment. There we go. Where it looks all jacked. But it's only because you're moving stuff around. Let's put it in here. Yeah, that's not even part of it. Okay. So, zoom in a bit. Okay. I am way overthinking this. I just need to make another one. Where is it? Exclude from snapping. There you go. Fuck this. Why am I not just using a pen tool again? Idiot. Here. 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 There we go. That's it. That's all I needed to do. God damn. Such dumb little things. Okay. This is just under heart surgery. Okay. Cool. So that works. And now I can change this to whatever color I want. Let's do the curve. Let's give it... Actually, we can give it a stroke. Oh no, because you can't do a stroke on a stroke. No, I guess that's fine. Oh, let's go back to drop shadows, huh? Let's see, I know it's not an adjustment layer. Okay, so sorry I got distracted.
Someone's at the doorbell.
Okay, is it layer? Layer effects. God damn it, took way too long. Way too long. Outline. I wonder, is this separate? Yes, it is. Wait, that's a blur. No, that's not. Oh, what the hell? Jumped. Okay, so it's black. Let's do white. Let's do just a super slight. Like super subtle. Maybe let's do 3. No, that's too thick. 2. Oh yeah, that's not reflecting. There we go. 2 might be just right. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that's gonna look so much better. So much better. Okay. So this is the logo, the invert. Yes. And then I keep forgetting to do the place because when you place it, or when you embed... No, place is the right one, isn't it? Let's try again. Yeah, I thought place was the one that would update based on replacing a file. Oh, regardless. So invert. Oh, no. That's... Goddamn, keeping track of all this stupid crap. Ooh, yeah, that's nice and sharp. Okay, so let's zoom out. Oh, damn it, I forgot about that. Actually, that background... I mean, that's a little too light, but might be kind of cool to... Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Huh. Might still be too bright. Let's bring it down. Let's see what that looks like. Let's try that. Actually, I should remove it from here. Because then there's a lot of jumping back and forth. Do it here. Let's see. Time, because if you do that. Sorry. I don't want to waste time doing that. Let's just come back. Place. Nope, not shirts. Logo. Oh, because I need to export it, that's why. Okay. Export. Logo invert. Save. That's probably why that didn't work. Okay. So now we'll throw in the invert. Yep. Let's do it about there. Now we'll export this as a shirt, which will be, yep, shirts, invert, save, yes. Let's go here, back to design. Back to, okay, so let's remove these. Could leave that one, but I redid the Texas, so. Okay. Invert? Yep. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. Ooh, that's a little too subtle. So this is kind of why I was thinking of adding a background like that. Down here. Give it a little bit of a grayish tint.
What happened here? Why are my colors jacked? I've always liked the half luck. Let's see. Is this open? No, we want to save. Export. We'll call this invert badge. Whatever. Can I drop both of them in here? I think I can. No. Remove. Yeah, nah. I mean, I could add the stroke to the Texas, but then I feel like that takes away. Ah, linked. There we go. Okay, so let's do this again. Now I can link it. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I will be doing more. Appreciate it. It's all good. I've been, doing stuff too, and I was gonna start tagging everything too, but you get caught up working on stuff. Appreciate that. Let's see. Okay. I mean, it is New Year's. People are probably busy doing all sorts of stuff. I might take a real quick break in just a bit to just munch on something with my girlfriend real quick. But I want to get her opinion on this too, because she always has a really good eye for this kind of stuff. Thanks, man. Thank you. Sincerely, no, I really appreciate it. Keeping me company. Yeah. All right. So export this. Yeah, if I'm talking and you're just lurking and don't feel the need to respond to me, I usually just talk out loud, so you are golden. Shirts. Come on, let's see what this looks like. That is definitely not sticking around. This one just might. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just enough around the Texas. Might be a little too high. Can adjust that. Sleeves. Bring it down just a bit. That's good. Wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I bet that's just a bot. Yeah, I mean, I think I like that. I like that a lot. It's just subtle enough. Hell yeah. Saving this one. This is a good one. Cool. The neat thing, again, I don't know if you're there. I'm just talking out loud. But the neat thing is this also applies to indie musicians, which is another thing I want to highlight as well. So not just, not just indie devs. But indie musicians. Yep. Looks good. Yep.
Yeah, I lost it. I lost it. There it is. I don't know what that is. Oh. Is that, oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess 15 makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, goddamn. Cool. I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back.
All right. So that didn't seem to lower the volume. Ah, that's why. Oh, right. Okay, that's why. Let's do output. Fade. No. That's not necessary. Okay. Download. All right. Cool. So that's done. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. All right, let's start designing the website, huh? Let's see. To be a perfect use of WebStorm.
Okay, let's see.
Zany, holy shit, man. Haven't seen you in a long while. What's going on? What is going on? That's crazy. I was just wondering what the time was. What have you been up to yourself, man? Sure. If that's what you want to say, man, that for sure. Nothing wrong with that. What's adult life treating you like? What are you getting into trouble with? Let's see. I knew I had a window open somewhere. Close that. Close that. Just finished up high school earlier in the year. Got a job at Domino's for delivery. Hell yeah, man. Life is pretty good. That's good. It's fantastic, actually. I'm actually thinking some Domino's myself. Believe it or not, we get in an argument, my girlfriend and I, but Domino's for me has the best thin crust pizza, so I'm down with that. Nothing wrong with that at all, man. Still playing stuff? Anything in particular? Let's see. Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was telling Note about earlier. He was online earlier, hanging out, and yeah, last event I was at was 2020 PAX.
And ever since then, yeah, when I first quit the day job, like that was in 2022. And yeah, that's kind of where I was like head down on a bunch of stuff. So I haven't really been able to stream or do anything, which is kind of why I started today again. And yeah, just working on some stuff. Started up a Patreon mentorship for people who want to make video games. Hopefully I can help assist in that in any way possible. That's what I've been up to. Right now, I'm currently trying to design a new website and clean up the old one as well. I had to close up the Squarespace website because it's a little too expensive for what it was doing. So yeah, had to clean that up. Currently looking for a file that I'm trying to drop in here. I don't think I have it. I have actually a couple of these. Can't decide which one looks best. That one. Let's see. Folder. Save it there. Yeah, so long as I have Affinity Photo up, which is just software. Ooh, an RTX 4070, huh? I heard that's pretty good. I currently still have a RTX 3080 Ti, which still holds up pretty well. So I haven't had a need to jump to the 4000 or even 5000 series. 3080 is a pretty powerful beast, man. But the 4070 is no joke either, especially if you paired it up with that Intel. An i5 also, huh? Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, and the reason you're kind of looking at this static screen is because I'm looking for a file on the other monitor that I'm looking to drop in here. So, apologize for that. Yeah, here we go. So I was trying to do this. Let's see. It's really big. There we go. It's a big panorama, but it looks pretty cool. There you go. Oh yeah, 3050. I mean, the 3050, like the 3000 series, like it's kind of like the 1080s, where you would go from a 1060 to a 1070 to a 1080. Yeah, the 50s and 60s are usually kind of those, like, I wouldn't say low budget, but you know, entry level kind of cards. And yeah, once you start getting into like the proper 70s and 80s, I think you start to go into the 90s, and now it just becomes a over the top, like you're paying a lot for not much performance, not much of a performance boost. But yeah, man, from a 3050 to a 4070, definitely an upgrade for sure. What have you been playing on that thing? So I think the first time I ever got a decent video card was like the I think it was a 680. My girlfriend got me a 680 for, I think it was my birthday or Christmas one year. And I was looking forward to it because I wanted to play Battlefield 3 at that time. Battlefield 3 at like 60 frames a second. So Helldivers, huh? Ha! Sonic. Sonic's still a thing. People still playing Sonic. That's cool. I'm not, you know, I grew up on that stuff, but it's just like, you kind of grow out of it. It's kind of like Mario Kart, I guess. The very first Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo was mind-blowing just because of the whole... it tried to do the 3D thing, even though it was like a 2D system, you know? And it was pretty cool. And then F-Zero comes out, and it's just like even faster and just crazier colors. You try and play it now, and it's not... It's a whole different beast. That edgy logo? What do you mean by edgy logo? What are you doing now? Looks kind of cool. Let's try the white version. Oh, sure. Check it out. Invert. Let's see what this looks like. Ooh, this might actually look kind of cool if I impose both. Let's see. See what you got. Oh, right on. I mean, you know, for what it's worth, man, you were young, and, you know, that is kind of something you do when you're younger, is you kind of just, yeah. I ain't throwing shade. That was, you know, everyone does it, I guess you could say. Ooh, look at that. This is what I was saying. Sometimes accidents lead to some cool looking things. Look at that. That actually looks pretty cool. Might leave that. Yeah. Looks good. Oh yeah, no, hey man, that I like that. That's slick. That is really cool, actually. Is that something like? Is it something you were working on, or a friend of yours did that? Like, do you have any connection to that, or was it just something random that you thought was neat? Because I like that, man. That looks cool. It looks pretty neat. Let's see. I'm throwing shade at myself. Also gotten into Blender. Ooh, Blender, really? Nice. Okay, cool. OC, just out of curiosity, what does that mean? Original content? Is that right? Sorry, the chat's a little behind. I can't animate or model for shit, but I can fuck with lighting a lot. Yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, that's funny, dude, because I was going to say lighting is probably the hardest thing to get right in a game, or in a game specifically. I'm not sure if that's what you're learning Blender for necessarily, but yeah. Lighting is crazy, man. Unreal lets you kind of deal with it, a lot of it. Original character. Okay, cool, cool. I mean, original content probably kind of makes sense in that sense also. But yeah, it's, like Unreal gets a lot of, I guess, accolades for its lighting system compared to Unity. But it's all up to the game developer. Like, you put some time into it, you can make any game look good with the lighting. But it's hard to kind of nail it, just because, like trying to nail a time of day, and then depending on what art style you're going with, sometimes it can be a little hard to figure out. But it's all just visual, right? Like, a lot of people know the math, I guess you could say, for lighting, because believe it or not, there's always math for everything. But yeah, like, I'm more of just like, hey, it looks cool, awesome. That's not always necessarily a good thing though. But yeah, it's definitely something. You do plan to get into game dev? That's awesome, man. Are you planning on studying? Are you going to do just the bullshit I did, where it's like you teach yourself on YouTube videos and stuff? Or, because everyone has different ways of learning, right? So that's kind of what I'm always trying to figure out with people, is like, are you good with people telling you what to do, and then you just kind of have those targets to aim for? Or are you just kind of wanting to do your own thing, learn at your own pace and stuff? That looks pretty good. This is just a mock-up, so I might end up dropping that up top. Maybe scale it a bit. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Maybe I'll leave it as one file. Just mark it as a header. Or top site. Let's call this. What did I save this as? Untitled. Okay, so it's not saved yet. So let's save as. Let's do. Wendy's. Let's do. Let's actually go back out to production. And we'll do. Yeah, we'll keep it in there. Web dev. Okay.
I'm gonna try to go to college. Low key, I might hop in a VC if you're down because YouTube chat delay is 5 million years long. VC. Oh, voice channel? Sure. Let's see.
So I don't have Discord on this machine over here.
Let's see.
Give me a sec. I'm trying to finish this up real quick. Let's see. So, I'm gonna try and drop this in. It's gonna be better. Let's drop it in the export. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't want to drop it in there. I'm going to drop it in the actual web dev. Yep, there we go. Top image. Cool. And actually, I forgot to change the size. What's this? Okay, yeah, that's not too big a file. Let's just keep track of this. Ooh, 1.4, yeah, that's no way. That is way too big. So, let's do export. PNG, where's the quality settings? There we go. Let's bring it down. All right. Yeah, give me a sec, man. Just trying to get this down. 50% seems pretty good. Drop it in here. Go delete that big ass PNG since we don't need it. Save. Go. Okay, here we go. It's top image. Okay, so I want to split. Okay, give me a sec, man. Let me try and see if I can set this up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, yeah, I don't think I can because Discord just pushed the stream out and almost made it crash. Like, what the hell? Resource intensive as fuck. Yeah, that thing was running smooth up until I opened that. What the hell was that? Everything's still good? I can't... Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was causing all sorts of trouble before I disabled hardware acceleration, and then I had to change all sorts of settings from like FFmpeg to FFmpeg 6. Like, Restream was being super picky today for some reason. But it's a good idea because I have been wanting to open the Discord to make the channels included in the stream because that would be really cool. Let's see, I have it here locally. Curious. Yeah, I see you there in live hangouts. But this is on this machine. So just so you know, I'm doing the 2 PC setup where I have my PC to do all my dev stuff and playing games, yada yada, whatever. And then I've got my MSI laptop, which is running vMix. I use vMix specifically, not OBS, actually. For a variety of different reasons, but yeah. Let's see. And I used to have this set up back when I used to stream a lot more often on a Aorus Gigabyte Aorus X7 that crashed on me and would only run Windows 10. So once I got it back up and running, I started running Linux on it. Obviously, vMix doesn't run on Linux. That was my streaming laptop for like the longest time. And yeah, it actually, see, this is what I was worried about. It shows, I'm using, and so the other thing, just so you understand like the setup, because in case this is something even you want to try and do, I use Restream so that Restream, and if I'm explaining stuff you already know, by all means, just let me know, man, because I don't want to make you think I think you don't know this stuff, which you probably do. But so I use vMix, and then I use Restream to stream to multiple destinations at once. There's a lot of different software that does that, like Riverside FM, all sorts of stuff. I think even Streamlabs does streaming to multiple locations at once through one location, as opposed to just setting up a bunch of like RTMP servers or all your explicit links into OBS, because I know you can do that too. But that's also taxing not only on your internet, but also on your system. But Restream lets you just stream directly to Restream, then Restream pushes it out to, Facebook, blah, 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 all that stuff.
I'm not going to have a dual PC setup with a minimum.
No, I get you. But yeah, exactly. So that's just why I was explaining that kind of stuff. You'll get there, man. You're still young. Not that is a blocker of any sort necessarily, but yeah. And again, I also like try to stress it's not like you have to. I mean, even your 4070 is probably still good enough to stream directly from and everything. So. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of how I do my setup. And I used to have it set up when I was streaming a lot more, reliably. And, my buddy Blaze, I don't know if you remember Blaze, from the Discord, he and I would play a lot together, and I would use vMix, and the setup I had there was perfect. Like, I had all my shortcuts on my Stream Deck and all that kind of stuff, ready to go. And it was cool because, like I had the Discord in. Sometimes I was able to get his video feed in. Although the video feed did, if you go back and watch some of those, actually, I think you were watching one of them, one of the Extra Life live streams I did, the 24-hour ones. When he would join us in video, like there was always this towards the end of the stream, like it was always so delayed that like his audio was always live, right? Like it was always right on with us, but his video feed was like
probably minutes off at that point. It was crazy. But yeah, audio was like never an issue. And so I just need to, I remember the way I did it was I had software on my PC, that was called Voicemeeter. If you're familiar with Voicemeeter, it's kind of like a digital mixer. So if you've ever seen an actual live mixer, right? Like you have all your channels for all your inputs, kind of like, I can show you this. I use Wavelink on this PC, so I've got this thing here, and see, I've got like it splits everything out. So I've got like voice chat, browser. So the thing here is, if I were to pump you in through my Discord chat, I could hear you on the channel, but you wouldn't be able to hear me because my microphone, as you can tell here, there's nothing going on. So, but if I come over here and just kind of play music, you're not going to hear it because I haven't been able to figure out what the hell's going on there. Well, that's only if you're looking at Voicemeeter Potato, which is the one I used, which I think it's funny how they have names like that. But there's Voicemeeter Banana, which I think is the lower level one. Then they have a middle one, and then there's Potato, which is fucking balls. You know, like, yeah, it's not that many inputs, but it does have features that probably most people don't need. Like it does like 5.1 surround sound, all that kind of crap. And a lot of that stuff is kind of overkill, unnecessary. The only reason I actually got in an argument with Blaze about this at one point, because the main reason I would do Voicemeeter Potato is I'm not an audio engineer, but I'm an audio guy, right? Like I do music and everything. So I'm familiar with that. And the the layout of it was exactly what I needed, where I knew where these channels were, where they were going. Banana, or whatever, the simple version of it, was a little too simple. It didn't let me route everything the way I really wanted to. So give me a sec, man. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go grab some water. Banana, yeah, Banana's a good one. Banana is like simple. It doesn't need to be overly complex. But anyway, give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, man. Neither have I, actually. It's been quite a while. I've been active on the Discord here and there, but not as much as I would like to be, but I do plan on doing that a lot more now. Yeah, so... Yeah, again, it is also one of the reasons why I started that mentorship. I do have, so far, only one student, but she's been really cool. She's actually working on an Unreal project. I don't know how much she wants me to share about that, but we meet up every Friday at 7 o'clock. And if you join I'm not asking you to, but if you wanted to join the mentorship, we meet up every Friday at 7, and we just kind of go over projects. The idea is I want to help people basically, stay motivated, because it's not easy, to like stay focused on a project. Help out with what software to use. If you get stuck, we can do the rubber duck thing where, basically there to listen to what you have to say and just kind of hopefully point you in a direction, help you out as much as I possibly can. The next project I'm working on is Unreal. So for her, it worked out perfectly because I'm learning a new engine at the same time she is. But she's catching on like super fast, and she really, she's been at it, and it's pretty cool.
Game Jolt. What is Game Jolt? Because that sounds familiar. Game Jolt. Game Jolt. That sounds so familiar. Game Jolt. Oh, geez. It's still around? Or am I thinking of that differently? Game Jolt, from what I remember, was a kind of like an itch.io, but for Flash games. Correct me if I'm wrong, man, but I thought, yeah, that sounds very familiar. Okay, I'll close this out, like exclude. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing some catch-up stuff here with WebStorm. There we go. Cool. Guess I hadn't updated this version in a while, so good to know that's working. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy fan game is on Game Jolt. Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I do plan on doing that. So eventually I will get this set up so that we can have you join in the voice channel. Because, yeah, I would love to do that. That's pretty cool. So is that kind of the thing? It's like Game Jolt's being used for that type of stuff. Let's see. I mean, I'm happy to look at anything you might have on Game Jolt, if it's just like, do you have to? And also, I'm assuming FNAF is Five Nights at Freddy's. That just sounds about right. And yeah, there's always some kind of fan stuff. Game Jolt Social. Holy shit. So is this proper Game Jolt? Is Game Jolt on Android as an application? Huh. Jesus. Welcome to Game Jolt, where gamers are creators. Find your community across gaming, anime, cosplay, fandom, and music. Whether you're a gamer, creator, or both, Game Jolt is your gateway to an inspiring and inclusive social experience. Huh. Cool, because yeah, I know people were doing... yeah, it's Freddy's, of course. I know for the longest time, I did a... kind of like a class to like teach people how to make video games here locally, and I was a little too... I was still thinking it would be high level because it's not, you're not going into the weeds too much, but I guess in that particular situation where we were trying to learn how to make something within a week, Unity was still in a way a little low level. So like, because you were using actual proper like C# scripting, and you were actually coding and using Unity proper, where a lot of the kids there, some like 2 or 3 really stood out and they grasped it, or they were really interested in it. But the rest of them were really into the, how would I explain it? The like the Roblox way of doing things, right? Where it's just like a game within a game, and then they just make the game there. Which I have nothing against. I think that's really cool because it does teach you those concepts of like, if statements and branching and stuff like that, where like you have like a code block and it does something, and then by connecting it to something else, you get to see the way code just flows,
which I think helps a lot of people understand the concept of how code works. So it's definitely a good way to learn like the basics of making games, but it's kind of like when I started making video games also, like I surprisingly a lot of people thought I was into like modding and doing stuff like Little Big Planet. Like its creator tools were always so interesting and cool. But the thing there though that I always found troubling might be the wrong word, but I felt like if I was going to spend time trying to learn these particular tools that are only inside of Little Big Planet, and don't get me wrong, like there are so many people that did some really, really cool stuff, but it exists within Little Big Planet, right? So now it's like those games that people spent like hours of time of their life doing are just in Little Big Planet. Like you can't ever play them again unless you somehow are able to play Little Big Planet on like a modded server or something. And you know, granted, most of those people were probably kids who just had a lot of time to burn because it was just like from during school or whatever. But yeah, if you're going to spend a lot of time doing that, at least to learn the concepts of how things work, but then you're probably better off spent. Your time is probably better off spent learning how to properly code, so that you can expand more than just kind of learning a very particular set of skills, right? Cool. Nice. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I'd appreciate that. I'd be really interested in knowing what that is. So definitely feel free to post in the, what is it? The community area, or even just in general discussion. Yeah, feel free to drop that in there, man. I'd be interested to know what you're doing. Super interested to know what you're doing. But thanks for stopping by, man. That's awesome. Have a happy new year. Wherever you are located, if it's about to be 8, 9, 10, if you're on the East Coast, you got 2 hours. So cool. Let's bring this back down. Cool. Okay, so let's see.
Okay. Okay, so Facebook has the limit of 8 hours. Okay. Cool. Well, if that's the case, we can do that. Take a quick break. There we go. Let's see. Cool. Let's go ahead and stop this. I will be right back.